Okay, this will probably appear as the presentation, the visual presentation of the video that I've been working on about economics. Maybe my first really culturally Hegelian video, and I will use this table board as an illustration, and I will briefly comment what I will talk about during the video. I would like to talk about economics, the dismal science, as Carlyle says. So here on the top corner left, there is communism. On the top right corner, there's libertarianism. The symbol of the yin and yang is a Chinese philosophy. There are Jewish superheroes. On the left, there's Karl Marx, David Graeber, and Rosa Luxemburg. Marx and Rosa Luxemburg were communist thinkers. Graeber was an anarchist, anarcho-leftist thinker. And on the right, Murray Rothbard, Ayn Rand, and Ludwig von Mises, which are Jewish, libertarian, right-wing thinkers. And yeah, so I will comment briefly because this is what I will talk about during the video. So, the white half of the yin and yang. This would be a socialist and communist economic policies, namely a really existing socialism, as they sometimes call this, which is most of the time an economic political failure. And the right, the black circle within the white half would be Marxist theories. I mean, the theories, they are always great, but then the application, which in the language of Hegel would be the Wirklichkeit, or the Sein für anders, or the manifestation. The theory, so the black circle, they are always great, but then really existing communism, or even really existing communism, is an example of a really problematic economic policies. But the various types of moderate socialism, they always fail to a certain extent. And I mean, they fail if the intention is to make the country more prosperous, etc. But if there are other goals like social stability or exploiting money, whatever, it can be successful. But the officially proclaimed goals, most of the time with socialist or communist policies, they fail. And on the right wing, on the right side of the black half, this would be really existing capitalism, that which the right-wingers, the economic right-wingers, call crony capitalism, and the white circle within the black half would be libertarian theories, which are always great, like Marxist theories. So the two small circles within the both halves of the round symbol, it's always great, but then really existing capitalism, which would be, in the language of Hegel, Wirklichkeit or Sein für anders in a more abstract way, real capitalism. So I introduce a simple logical determination. The white circle and the black circle would be Marxism an sich and libertarianism an sich, and both halves would be real Marxism. The left side would be real Marxism, namely with the moment of Sein für anders. And the same goes for crony capitalism. And I acknowledge that here maybe it's already too complex, so I will simplify even more. Yeah, the libertarians or the free market economists or the conservatives, they always accuse capitalism of not being real capitalism as they envision this in their theory. They call this crony capitalism. So all the failure of capitalism, the corruption, the inefficiencies of the market, the pollution, the inflation, the economic problems, whatever, they call this crony capitalism, exactly like the Marxists on the other side. All the failures of socialism or communism, they call this, that's not real socialism, that's not real communism. So yeah, that's an illustration. So the theory is perfect on both sides, but then the reality is problematic on both sides. Yeah. So to illustrate, cultural Hegelianism was supposed to be, or is supposed to be, a unity of philosophy, Hegel's philosophy mostly, pop culture, and the mysticism of Julius Evola, but all forms of religion actually. So it began the idea that it would be pop culture, Evola, and Hegel, but actually it developed in the unity of philosophy, art, and religion. But here I will remain in the restricted particularization of Hegel, Evola, and pop culture, but actually it includes everything pretty much. So any kind of religion, any philosophy, and any form of culture. But here it's really typically culturally Hegelian. So yeah, so here we have Chinese philosophy, we have economic policies on the left and on the right, and here are cultural okay, I'm pointing with my how do you call this, pointer of the computer, whatever. I realized that actually on the left top corner there is communism, on the right top corner there is libertarianism, in the middle there's Chinese philosophy, and the references to Eminem and the Dark Knight. This would be some sort of problematic, toxic relationship between libertarianism and communism, or right-wing economics and left-wing economics, but actually it can be applied to many oppositions, not all of them, because there are opposition in which the complementarity and the unity is peaceful and joyful, but sometimes it's kind of toxic or problematic. And so here are illustrations of a song by Eminem that if whoever you are, if you watch this video, you can listen probably this on YouTube, Love You More by Eminem. The more you put me through, the more it makes me want to come back to you. This is what a left-wing economist could say to a right-wing economist. Or the workers to the bosses, the CEOs, etc. And the right-wingers whose policy from the leftist perspective consists in exploiting the workers on the left, they could say, like the Joker, it's not always funny, what would I do without you? Yeah. So it's kind of a difficult relationship between opposed tendencies, but one of the purposes of cultural Hegelianism is to try to transcend some of the difficult aspects of existence through an artistic expression with mostly pop culture, American pop culture. So here are two examples of the relationship between, the historical relationship between communists and libertarians, but communism and libertarianism are just radical or extreme forms of economic policies, and in the middle, as it will be shown during the video, there are socialists, Keynesians, liberals, free markets, etc., etc. And here we have the intervention of Jewish superheroes who try to, the Jewish superheroes, they are on the left, Marx, Greber, and Rosa Luxemburg, with the symbol of anarchy in the good sense, and the symbol of communism, namely the hammer and whatever it's called in English, the symbol of communism, the workers, the peasants, and the craftsmen, basically. And on the right wing, the symbol of peace, because Mises was a proponent of peace, which is not necessarily the case of Marx, at least in some of his writings. But yeah, Mises was a proponent of peace, and most libertarians are proponents of peace. Not always, as will be seen during the video. So yeah, another example, this symbol of the yin and yang, it could be said that, for instance, the black part could represent pacifist, peaceful negotiations, which is the official policy of right-wingers, and the white circle would be the more violent members of the libertarian factions, and on the left they advocate class conflict, class struggle, and yeah, but there are pacifists, that would be the black circle within the white half, pacifist radical leftists like pacifist or peaceful anarchist, and those who advocate class struggle. So this would be another example. But yeah, so here we have a radical Jewish economist, radical Jewish economist on the left and on the right. And actually the purpose of the video, we try to see that the opposites, at some point they coincide. And there is a love symbol for Ayn Rand, which, well, she might be controversial on many topics, but it cannot be denied that she's a real woman. And if some people are discovering the terminology of Hegel's philosophy, a real woman is not just a woman who has the physical presence of a woman. It's a woman who acts like a woman. So Ayn Rand was not particularly feminine; she was kind of masculine, but precisely she was a feminine woman with a masculine aspect, which makes her very attractive in the sense that she had character. She was a very strong woman. While being feminine, she wrote romantic novels, but she had a very strong character. And she's kind of here we can see behind below Hegel there's a Nietzsche. She's kind of a Nietzschean woman, although she may have disagreed with Nietzsche on many topics and Nietzsche's philosophy, but she was kind of a Nietzschean woman, which is a real woman, a woman with love and character and dedication, and a woman worthy of being admired, although she was kind of over the top, one might say, larger than life. And Rosa Luxemburg also to a certain extent, but Ayn Rand is even more, yeah. And yeah, in the middle we have Spinoza, which is maybe one of the greatest Jewish philosophers, who grasped the unity of the substance with itself. And here we have on the down part of the table there is so Hegel, pop culture and Evola. So there is German philosophy on the left, die Wissenschaft der Logik und die frohliche Wissenschaft. But basically Hegel and Nietzsche, they could be illustrated by the yin and yang also. They are kind of complementary. Depending on the perspective, one might say that Nietzsche is Hegel's better half, or the reverse is also true, maybe. That's a joke for a highly speculative depth, maybe highly speculative depth for elevated thoughts, whatever. And on the right there is Evola, the book East and West. So Evola is a traditionalist Italian thinker, but he was not really Italian, he was more a traditionalist beyond categorization, and he thought about the unity of East and West, but he was a Westerner, so East and West are conceptually united like the yin and yang, but the West thinks of the unity more rigorously than the East. The East, the Chinese philosophy, they have symbols, and in the West, with Hegel, we have conceptual thinking, and with Evola, we have a mystical thinking. But actually, they all say the same unity. They all express the same unity and a revolt against the modern world, because both communism and libertarianism are a revolt against the modern world. But the modern world is in revolt against itself. So, to revolt against the modern world is to revolt against a state of constant revolt, and this might be a definition of dialectics. And here in the illustration, to illustrate the relationship between communism and libertarianism, which is the topic of this video, we have a song by Jay-Z, Venus versus Mars, you're the yin to my yang, etc., etc. That's one illustration. You can pick Eminem or The Dark Knight. In the case of sometimes conflicted opposition, which hopefully can be solved by a transcendence through art, mysticism and philosophy. And so yeah, that's an illustration. So we have Chinese philosophy, classical European economic thought historically, but actually it's universal economic thought, mostly influenced by Jews, but also mostly by Europeans. So communism and libertarianism, historically, they have been partly Jewish and partly European movements of thought. White American pop culture, Jewish philosophy, economics, and politics. An Afro-American singing about Greek mythology, a traditionalist talking about the East and the West, and two Germans talking differently about being and becoming, one might say. And in the middle, the book is a book by Jacques Ellul, who was a French Christian Protestant anarchist. That's why he's in the middle, because he's an anarchist, a Christian, and a Protestant. And yeah, so that's just an illustration of what cultural Hegelianism is supposed to be, or was supposed to be about. But I've just realized that maybe symbols, images are easier in order to make complex thoughts intelligible. So yeah, that's the introduction, and the video will be a few hours long. And if the introduction is interesting enough, I just ask the potential viewers to try to remain focused and to watch the entire video. Maybe take the time to meditate. Listen to the songs that might eventually be promoted. Maybe take the time to rewatch certain aspects, to focus, to concentrate, to try to think, basically, because that was the purpose. But I will try with this video to make complex thoughts nuanced, sometimes subtle, sometimes maybe overwhelmingly complex. Also, it can be said. Accessible, intelligible. So maybe this will be the first culturally Hegelian video. Maybe the only, I don't know, because I don't know if I will be able to produce other videos. But whether or not, if other people can produce a culturally Hegelian video, if they understand the concept, as Hegel would say. One of the ideas of cultural Hegelianism is that the idea is supposed to survive independently of whoever invented the idea. It's supposed to become autonomous and self-subsistent. So if I can show the path, and if people want to steal my ideas, which are not actually my ideas, because when I look at this I can say basically it's just cultural appropriation. Let us open the video with a little bit of humor. That's cultural appropriation. I stole ideas from the Chinese, the Jews, the Germans, the Protestants, the traditionalists, Nolan, Eminem, Jay-Z, basically. So yeah, maybe I will. Yeah, I will just. I don't know. I will produce at least one culturally Hegelian video, and the purpose of this video is to try to solve in the most peaceful way possible the economic problem, which will be the first step, maybe to try to solve all the other problems. But the purpose of this video is to try eventually to bring economic stability, which, as I think of now, we are the 24th of August when I make this intro. The purpose of trying to implement at some moment economic stability is the first step, the foundation of trying to solve eventually all the other problems. But yeah, I made the conscious decision, or maybe it's unconscious, I don't know, to start my first culturally Hegelian video, and maybe the only. I don't know at this point. I don't know, but I chose the topic of economics because for many reasons. Maybe because of Marx, maybe because of my empirical history as an economic agent, or lack thereof, I don't know. maybe because I don't know, but we will see if it's the right choice or not. But there will be trouble and agitation, and there has always been to a certain extent. But the purpose, at least of this video, is to try to bring eventually stability or relative stability, and I will try to use most of assets, cultural, philosophical, artistic, yeah. So yeah, that was the introduction, and yeah. Okay. Okay. I will improvise. We are the 26th of August 2022, officially, and in a few minutes where I live in France. It's soon midnight, the 27th of August. And 4 years ago, in August 2018, I experienced myself, I knew myself to be the whole of reality. I later learned that this is what a German philosopher named Hegel calls reason, namely, I know since the 27th of August 2018 that my consciousness is the whole of reality. And I have told my story various times on this channel, but I have failed to communicate. And now I understand that there are troubles all over the world, and that I have to intervene. I decide to intervene now because this date is symbolic for me for two reasons. This is 4 years ago. My consciousness of being the whole of reality, and in 2008, this is when an event in my personal love teenage romance occurred. So I try a new method to communicate with illustration, images. In my library I have the Holy Bible, the Quran, the Kabbalah, maybe the Christian, the Jewish, and the Muslim religion. I have books about Indian philosophy, the distinction between the observer and the observed, and reason is another word for the observer. A Buddhist text, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. That's not all. I have a book about Chinese philosophy. We'll talk about Chinese philosophy later in the video. Indian philosophy and religion. Indian philosophy and religion. Iranian religion by Zarathustra. Iranian religion. The Bhagavad Gita. These are all some of the most important religious books of mankind. The Shinto, the religion of the Japanese people. And I have also books about shamanism, in Siberia, the tales and legends of the Inuit, the sacred text of the Maya in pre-Columbian America, the mythology of the Aztec religion, the Inca myth, a history of the religion of the Mayas, shamanism in Amazonia, Indian earth or land of Northern America. We'll talk about America in this video. The Toltec view, African religion, and dream and law among Aborigines. Yeah, these are broadly religious book of most native people of mankind, and also I have books about the native Indian, the native European religion, reflection on European mythology and polytheism, paganism explained, Pagan's poem, and the need for the impossible. And also I have a book by Luther, a Protestant theologian, which means the negation of free will, and books by Nietzsche. I try to be a Protestant, which includes within his philosophical view of religion the totality of all world religion. So I have tried to communicate over the past 4 years with intervals of non-communication, and I have realized I have arrived to a moment in my development due to contradictions, inner contradictions. I can no longer express myself philosophically, although I will try to in this video, but I have to use religion because if I identify myself with the whole of reality, namely with God, I have to be knowledgeable in terms of religion. But the problem for me, but for all the others, is that when I had what I call my God experience, my Fichte moment, I knew myself to be the whole of reality, and I call this God. If this is not God, there is no other word, reason maybe. And immediately I understood myself to be the root, the cause of all the evils, because if there is one reality and one God, and evil within reality, if I identify with the cause, I identify with the cause of all evils. So for the past 4 years, since the 27th of August 2018, I knew myself and I know myself to be the root, the cause of all evils. Whatever humans call evil within reality, I am responsible, and I cannot lie neither to anyone else, nor to God, nor to myself. But I have struggled to understand myself and the world and how I came here, what I am doing here on this earth. And I have thought a lot, and I have come to a conclusion, I understood this many months ago already, that the only way that I can convince anyone else, any other, and eventually all the others, because there's only one reality, one consciousness, is to produce a universal speech which encompasses the totality of all thinking humans, which will offer an explanation of why the world is the way it is, why humans are the way they are, because it is said that human beings are made in the image of God. I've made videos about this. So I have a formal presentation, an unfinished presentation of my vision of the totality of being becoming conscious of itself, that which is God. And this is what I have tried to share, and I have failed. And my purpose, my intention, my will with this video and the coming videos, as long as I publish videos, is to try to solve what I have thought was the most pressing concern in the world at large, namely economic instability, because there are tensions everywhere in the world, and I have understood a few, I already knew this, but I just remembered and understood that with an internet connection, anyone have the possibility of talking to anyone else, anyone with an internet connection immediately, and any random individual can talk directly to the most powerful men or women on this planet and address them directly. The only condition for such an event to occur is that what the random person talks about has to be interesting and worthy of attention. And I think that since I claim to have identified with the whole of reality, that I can talk, if I'm allowed to talk by myself in a way, I could comment rigorously all the religious books, all the religious traditions, and simply, in my view, they are all encompassed within the philosophy of the German philosopher Hegel, and this is what I've tried to do for many months and many years, eventually, to comment Hegel, but I've realized that it's way too complex, way too subtle, way too complex to be explained. So yeah, I will try to introduce cultural Hegelianism. I know that I just have to produce one video which become successful on the internet in order to spread my idea. Basically, that's what I want. Yeah, so I will first I will express what the internet is, as briefly as I can. It is the manifestation of the mind of God. God is the totality. And I identify myself as the negative, which in the religion is what the Christians call the Antichrist, or various other names, because I know myself to be separated from this totality, and this moment of separation is negativity, that which is called evil. But I know that the whole world is one, and the reason why I know this is because I have studied the world, and I can offer a global view of all the opposition, all the tendencies, all the conflicts, political, social, geopolitical, psychological. And because I have such a clear view, I can solve a lot of problems, a lot of conflict. But in order to solve many conflicts, I want to bring about the conditions, the economic conditions at first, and political and geopolitical, stable enough to be able to spread my message, whether or not I will still be there to spread the message, but the word of God, in a way, has to be spread, basically. And I have taken the decision to reveal myself to mankind, which I have already done, but it hasn't worked, it hasn't functioned. Namely, I probably didn't put enough intelligence or enough will into this. Now I am revealing myself officially, and eventually it has to succeed. So what I will talk about in this video is the current context, economic context in the United States of America, and what I plan to do intentionally, if it fails, this will be my responsibility, is to try to bring about economic stability while reducing the standards of living in the most measured way possible in order to bring about the social conditions in which people will have the time and the opportunity to be on the internet, to talk with one another, and to eventually watch my videos and understand what I consider to be the Word of God, which contains negativity within itself, namely evil, but I want to be to abolish myself as an evil moment of God. But in order for this to occur, I have to reveal myself, which I have already tried, but it hasn't succeeded. So I will be faithful to the plan that I've been elaborating over the past six months now. I have tried to communicate with certain American citizens. Their name can be found on this channel, but I have failed, so I decided to try a new method. Namely, instead of talking about philosophy to certain Americans, I would talk about what Americans usually are interested in, economics. That's not a problem. Maybe that can be positive. Economics and religion. So I will try to calm down as long as I can the potential trouble, the immediate trouble. Protestant Americans, whether they are white or black or any other origin, are supposed to know that there is no free will. And I will talk about the problem of evil very briefly. If there is no free will, whatever wrongs people commit, they are innocent because they are determined. They have no free agency. They are determined by God. So, in a sense, they can commit acts will produce suffering, but morally they are innocent. And what I have attempted to do over the past 4 years is to try to convince a person living on the United States soil that an event occurred on the 28th of August 2018, the day after I had my God experience and the certainty of being all of reality, namely which could potentially prove the non-existence of free will, which would have as a consequence the fact that all the sins that have been perpetrated, what people call sins, before the date of the 28th of August 2018 would be forgiven and absolved and erased in a way. So not only Americans, but the whole of mankind could be made innocent if I can share my ideas with this person. Also, there are important, very intelligent persons on the soil of the United States of America, and they have to receive my message eventually. So in the coming days there might be troubles, but there are people who have to receive my message, and I have tried to produce a video intelligible enough to show to them that I understand economics, I understand America, and I understand the world, and whatever is true of one country is true of all countries with different determinations. And I have chosen to talk about the United States of America because this is the country that I might know or I'm maybe not the most, but I am the one who I think knows the most about America because I have a French perspective. And the United States of America are a country with many problems, and I have tried, no actually I haven't tried, but I could have tried to solve most of the problems. These are oppositions within the American society
and within the world at large, it is found within each or most countries. And the division here is a result of a logical process, occurs around the question of liberty versus equality, the economic context, and all these determinations. If Americans watch this, they can recognize themselves in either one of the sides. But the message that I'm trying to spread, which is very difficult to spread, is that God, the Spirit of God is neither on one side nor on the other, but he stands in the middle. So God, if God as a spirit, is neither a Democrat nor a Republican, neither a progressive nor a reactionary. On both aspects, he stands in the middle. God is neither a Marxist nor a libertarian, neither an anti-racist nor a racist. He's non-racist. This is the Spirit of God. He's neither on the West perspective or on the Eastern perspective in terms of geopolitics. God, the Spirit of God, is in the middle, because if God is the whole of reality, and I know that this is, taking sides can be considered negative because it negates the unity of God. This is an illustration of the question and the problem of evil, namely it is the unity which is being broken off, which take sides. That's why my mission is to stand in the middle, to consider both aspects of the problem, but while remaining neutral in a positive sense, trying to unite the various opposed tendencies. And that's why I have decided, I have consciously planned over the past few weeks and months to send a message to the libertarians, former libertarians, which are eternally libertarian. Once you join the family of libertarians, it's for life. It's like a Protestantism. An impossible mission. I want any libertarian with any sense of responsibility and the capacity, knowledge and intelligence, because what I said earlier, namely that with an internet connection anyone can spread his message and talk directly to anyone else. The most powerful people, people who govern the government, Mr. Putin, Mr. Xi Jinping, Mr. Biden, Mr. Macron, etc., etc. Maybe if I have the opportunity, I will talk directly to you. Yeah. Yeah. I would like them, if they recognize themselves. Mr. Jeff Deist, I chose Mr. Jeff Deist because he's the typical American. I will be faithful to what I thought. He's very handsome. He's a typical businessman, but he's the representative of an aspect of American life, namely the will to try to solve the conflicts, the divide, by transcending various sorts of oppositions, whether they are political, anthropological, or religious. But although libertarianism is mostly a Protestant ethics, although they are Catholic libertarians, I would like the intelligent libertarians to collaborate with the intelligent Marxists, those who have read Hegel, and work very hard until economic order and economic stability is restored or installed, while at the same time lowering the standards of living in a proper measure, namely to try to reduce the standards. It will be made intelligible later in the video, while at the same time promoting useful products like the basic necessities of life, and also computers and internet connection to be able to spread the knowledge, the word of God eventually. And this is the mission that I try to give to the people who would recognize themselves, and I recognize myself in this in this description, so I will try to implement this, but I have to solve all the problems of the world, and it's quite difficult. So I will make a moment of, let's call this American entertainment, if this works. trying to solve a very difficult problem, recover a stolen item designated in the first moment economic stability, and you might choose any two team members, you or any member of the libertarian family, but it is important that the third member of the family be the philosopher Hegel. He's a very highly speculative metaphysician, and should you choose to accept the mission, if you or any member of your team gets negated, Hegel will disavow any knowledge of your activity. And yeah, the next time you go on a sleeping holiday, let us know. And yeah, your sense of reality, if you understand what is happening, will vanish in a few seconds, and you will enter a new cognitive dimension, and hopefully you will be smart enough to implement the plan, which consists in trying to bring stability with limiting the number of casualties. Yeah. Okay. It sounded better in the plan, but I do what I can. I try to be faithful to myself. I have bet most of my work, energy on the spiritual knowledge that spirit, precisely the spirit of independence, and libertarianism, the Protestant spirit, can help solve the problems. It's not without trouble and difficulty, but that eventually spirit shall triumph, let us say. So yeah, also I had another song. I am improvising, although I had planned, but I am playing the spiritual card, and every failure will be my failure, and I will take responsibility, but because I have to be responsible for all the things that have happened, happened and will happen, and in order to have a certain sense of self-worth, I need to associate myself with the idea that I can solve as many problems as possible, while accepting that it comes with a certain price that I have to pay, a debt that I have to repay to God for the gift that God gave me, and I have to sacrifice aspects of myself, but yeah. So here's a message for the elites of the world, notably the people, the ultra-nationalists in Russia or China, the people who are starting to get a little bit overheated. I have a song for you. Relax. Let the people who know what they are talking about handle the situation. Okay, I want to provide some context in order to understand economics
which is a branch of human endeavor and objective Geist. So here is the view of nature and Geist. In green we have nature, which is the realm of time, space, matter, movement, energy, the laws of physics, etc. In purple and pink we have subjective Geist, which is the realm of anthropology, consciousness, mind, and psychology. And here in blue we have the realm of objective Geist, which I will zoom closer. So here is the formal representation in blue of what a society is. Namely, it is a totality divided in various parts, which are the various institutions. And here we have, to give a broad view, we have in pink and purple, we have anthropology, which is the human soul, the phenomenology of Geist, which is consciousness, and deep psychology. So here we have, you see the categories which compose these parts of the process of being. Namely, these are humans as individual anthropological and psychological subjects, one could say. And here, to simplify, it's the collective life of a people, which is divided into three moments. It's, to simplify, it's the formal structure, namely das Recht, which is law or legislation, die Moralität, which is morality. You see the categories I will not develop, and Sittlichkeit cannot be properly translated in English or in any other language. It's the ways of life, the manners, the habits, and the entire social life, basically. So economics, when we talk about economics, this is one tiny branch of a totality. This is the totality of what a society is. And the problem with economists is that they are limited by their specialization. So the good economists may be experts at their own topic, but they only see one aspect of the totality. They do not have the time or the knowledge or the possibility to investigate all other topics. So usually the good economists have not only a background in economics, but also in the financial aspect, in law and legislation, and in politics, and in sociology. That's why someone like Hayek, whatever one thinks of his views, he was a complete man of science in the social realm. He knew about various aspects of human endeavor. And some economists are experts and specialists in a tiny restricted field of economics, and usually those who have a broader vision, who have either a knowledge of psychology or anthropology, or even the sciences of nature, the relationship between the economic demands and requirements to make the economy function and the limitations of nature. So here would be the ecologists. They would have a knowledge of ecology and the limitations of the finite resources, and economics. And the classical economists didn't take into account the natural aspect. And here we would have the relationship between thermodynamics and economics. But usually those who are restricted to the realm of economics, the best are those who see the broader picture in its interconnectedness, in its totality, in its relationship. So I will not talk too long. I will just introduce the context. In order to understand that, I will just make a few comments, but economic agents in modern Western developed societies, they go through the educational system, which is a product of the government. But the government is, in democracy, supposed to be elected by the people. One could say, if I wanted to make a dubious joke, that in the modern West, it is the people which has been chosen by the government through various dubious modes of election. But usually in traditional democracy, it is the people who vote for the government. It's not the government who chooses to change the people. But that's a little bit of a joke. Yeah. So there is a relationship between families and the government, which brings about the educational system, which partly shapes ethics. So ethics is divided between what is favored and spread by the media and the government, which usually sometimes they work together because of the monetary system. But also there are contradictions between the values of the family, which may be dependent on religion. For instance, they may contradict the views of the educational system. The economic demands may put pressure onto families. If women are forced to go into the workforce, it may be an economic advantage, but it will have a negative impact upon marriage and demographics. If the economy is faltering or if there are economic troubles, it can bring about a wave of crimes. A certain people with a specific mindset, the Anglo-Saxons, they have developed institutions in the realm of rights, law in the collective sense, the judicial system, the constitution, which has enabled the thriving of individual responsibility, which has played a role in capitalism. That's the theory of Max Weber, for instance, the spirit of Protestantism and the rise of capitalism, etc. So in order to understand any society, one has to take into account the totality of all the determinations, because a whole, a totality, and all its parts are one. They are the whole is the content and the form are the parts. These are a logical determination, but one cannot be thought of without the other. A whole, a totality, consists of all its parts. And here it's a social, one might say, a social totality. And it could be further divided, because here economics is put in one category, but there are countless branches of economics. Socialist, liberal, libertarian, neo-Marxist, colonial, anti-colonial, feminist economics, classical economics, whatever. So that's just an illustration. So I just want to set the context. So now I will talk about briefly. I will talk about the history of economics, and yeah, that's what I intend to do. Okay, in this video, I will try to illustrate with economic and political examples and sociological determinations, economic, political, and sociological determination, the dialectical movement of Hegel's logic, speculative logic, namely abstract negation concrete, what the scholars sometimes call thesis, antithesis, synthesis. I just show the whole picture and then I briefly comment. This is not rigorous in a sense that here we have a historical process, but it's just to illustrate with examples. But actually logic taken in its pure abstraction is separate and independent and abstract precisely from any historical or any physical or sensuous presence. It's just a pure logical determination. But here, because people do not understand sometimes the importance and the interests and the value of logic. So here's an example. That's economics over the past 2 centuries, mostly in Europe. That's just an illustration. So we had, I simplified to the utmost, pre-industrial society up until the end of the 18th century, the end of the 18th century. So the year 18,000, the beginning. Yeah. Then emerged capitalism. It's difficult to determine a precise moment when capitalism emerged, because it is a continuous process which began in the 14th century in northern Italy with the banking system, etc., etc., the emancipation of a bourgeoisie from the feudal system and the development of craftsmanship and commerce and bankers and traders in the Italian city-states. But let us say that symbolically, it's a discrete moment. Continuity, discretion, these are logical determination. The date which brought capitalism to the world, at least from a European perspective, is the French Revolution, because it is the implementation within the realm of law and legislation in the then most populous and probably the most powerful country in Europe of free market capitalism, basically. That's a bourgeois revolution. That's the view of Karl Marx. But another date can be chosen. It's not important. It's just to situate the process. So we have capitalism, which very simply, I will just briefly talk and then I will go into more detail. Free market, equality before the law, entrepreneurship, the rights to start a business, and private property. These are the fundamental legislative determinations of capitalism, what we call capitalism. But this is abstract because it brings about its own negation. Free market and equality before the law bring about inequalities. Entrepreneurship and private property bring about exploitation, misery, and eventually in the 19th century colonialism. So capitalism is abstract. I will detail why later. I will just show the process in its simplicity. So it negates itself, basically, which brings about a will to implement socialism, the rise of socialism. Here I didn't put any date, but this would be the early decades of the 19th century. So it began in a primitive form already during the French Revolution, but then the early decades of the 19th century until it became conscious of itself, as Marx would say, with the Communist Manifesto, basically. But there were primitive forms of socialism. So socialism wants to negate capitalism in a way by implementing equality, regulations, public property. But it brings about its own negation. So there is a negation of a negation of a negation of a negation. Capitalism negates pre-industrial society, but it negates itself by creating inequality, exploitation, etc., which brings about the negation, which is socialism, which negates itself, which brings about oppression, inefficiencies of the regulations, poverty, and eventually in Soviet Russia and during the 20th century. So here I talk about socialism in the early 19th century, but actually the mass murder occurred in China and Russia and Cambodia and other some African countries, etc. But then socialism. So it's not historical. It's just an illustration of a logical process. Socialism is a negation of capitalism, but it negates itself as well. So it wants. That's not a proper way of talking. But if I talk too rigorously, it's unintelligible. Socialism unconsciously wants to go back to the first moment because it is negative in a way, but it cannot go back to the first moment, which was abstract, so it goes back to the first moment, which is capitalism, but with the determination of socialism, namely what we call state capitalism or social democracy, which is social democracy is what the Americans have partly in a less intense form than in Western Europe, but since Roosevelt, basically, and what Europeans have had since the end of the Second World War, namely unions, minimum wages, the welfare state, retirement pensions, healthcare. I know it's not the case in the US, but in Western Europe, in Germany, England, France, etc. And yes, so these are the positive aspect that socialist struggles and communist struggles, class struggles have enabled to gain against the predatory, greedy aspect of capitalism, one might say. And in the 1960s, social democracy, for lack of a better word, created its own problems like consumerism, robotization, the destruction of nature. So here, in black, written in black, we have the good aspects, those who are considered good by the left, and below the last three aspects are considered negative by the left. So that's kind of contradictory because the right, if we talk about purely economic terms, they complain about unions, minimum wage, welfare state, retirement pension, and healthcare. They denounce the ills and the problems brought about by these political, sociological, and economic laws or determinations. But here, consumerism, robotization, and the destruction of nature, it is a complaint by the left. But the right, on an economic standpoint, they find this good. Consumerism, it's prosperity and wealth for them. Robotization, it's innovation. And the destruction of nature, well, the right claims that it's not really that important. I simplify here. And these social democracy, because of the inefficiencies, either those denounced by the right or by the left, they bring about their own negation in two various movements, what I call the anarcho-capitalists, which are the modern libertarian movement, and the anarcho-communists, which are a more modern version of communism. Like anarcho-capitalist, it's another word for libertarianism, and they are attempting to negate the current economic state of being, one might say, in the Western world. Here you have people like David Graeber and the intelligent communists, and here you have the Mises Institutes and the intelligent libertarians, and they are both are opposed to the current economic conditions in the West, but they are also opposed to one another. But what I'm trying to express with this video is that they are actually united because both are anarchists and both want the same thing, namely to reduce the bureaucracy and all the negative aspects, but I will go into more detail. But so here we have the formal presentation. The formal presentation is abstract, negation, concrete. This is the movement of speculative logic. And here we have the unity of the positive and the negative, namely the libertarians and the Marxists, which in this view are anarcho-capitalists and anarcho-communists. They seem to be opposed, but actually they are conceptually united because both share the same determination of being anarchists and both want the end of the state and the reduction, the disappearance of the state and of the bureaucracy, basically. So here we have the formal aspect of speculative logic, and here we have another aspect, namely the unity of positive and negative. Okay, here is a song by Muse that people can listen to on YouTube, Hysteria, and these lyrics describe a dialectical process. So if people are still unfamiliar with dialectics, they can listen to the song. This can be an illustration of dialectics. It's bugging me, grading me, and twisting me around. Yeah, I'm endlessly caving in and turning inside out. So in this case, capitalism turned inside out, which brought about in the first moment the negative aspects of capitalism, and in the second moment socialism. So socialism came out of capitalism, and here it's holding me, morphing me, and forcing me to strive to be endlessly cold within and dreaming I'm alive. I don't know if I will sing because I'm not a great singer, but you can listen to the song. Yeah, and it's an illustration of a dialectical process. It's forcing me to strive to be endlessly cold within, etc., etc. I can illustrate. Let us talk about the American dream. It's a capitalist. The American dream, I'm dreaming I'm alive, but America is endlessly cold within with the workers. Namely, the working conditions are difficult. There are poor people, there are beggars, there is unemployment, people get fired, the jobs may be unstable, the wages are not rising, etc. So capitalism is endlessly cold within, and everyone dreams that the American dream is alive. That's an illustration. It's not to be taken literally. It's just an illustration. Namely that, but the same is true of socialism. In the Soviet Union, really existing socialism was pretty cold within. The bureaucrats, I'm not talking about the temperature of Russia. I'm talking about the mood of the Soviet Union. It was pretty bland, pretty difficult. The bureaucracy was inefficient. The bureaucrats were corrupt. The politicians were corrupt. There was endless propaganda, etc., etc. And everyone was dreaming that socialism was thriving. So that's an illustration. Listen to the song. It's a great song. Okay. Yeah. And here, Zizek, Slavoj, I don't know if you will watch my videos, because at this point I don't know if people will watch my videos. I guess they will eventually. But here's a dialectical... Maybe Slavoj, if you somehow have the opportunity to watch this video, you will understand communism, you will understand dialectics, you will understand Hegel, maybe. You will understand your own books. I once made a joke for myself many years ago. That I said to myself, maybe Hegel is so smart that he could potentially understand Zizek's books. I haven't had the opportunity to read the books by Zizek because I've been busy, but maybe I could understand if I read them now, because they are unintelligible, but with the proper conceptual software, maybe. Yeah. Okay, now I will show the translation, which is to be found on Marxist.org in the part about Hegel. Here's, I will not read because the English people, if they are interested, they can read, the English-speaking person. This is these are the three sides of logic: abstract, negation, concrete, which means verstandig, negative, vernünftig, positive, vernünftig, which in the illustration that I'm trying to develop in the video in which I will post this is capitalism, socialism, social democracy, or whatever. They can be thought about under the first stage, namely that of der Verstand, and kept isolated from each other. But yeah, so this is just the formal aspect of speculative logic, which I have been trying to illustrate with the example of economics. So here it's an explanation. In the dialectical stage, these finite character or formulae supersede themselves and pass into their opposite. So capitalism, out of its own inner necessity, its own inner logic, develops into socialism. And socialism, social democracy apprehends the unity of terms, capitalism and socialism, in their opposition, the affirmative which is involved in their disintegration and in their transition. That's why both the capitalists and the socialists, they claim that social democracy, namely capitalism with a welfare state, to simplify, is a disintegration both of capitalism and of socialism. But most people who have had the opportunity to live in a social democratic society from a strictly economic standpoint, I'm not talking about culture, multiculturalism, crime, propaganda, etc., but from a strictly economic standpoint, it could be worse. It's okay. That's the reason why there are so many people who want to come into the West, because the living conditions are pretty good under social democracy. And yeah, the result of dialectic is positive because it has a definite content. It's no longer abstract capitalism, brutal, ruthless survival of the fittest, but it's capitalism with, I will show probably the table board again, or I can comment for those who have seen the table. It's capitalism with unions, minimum wage laws, limitation in the working hours, holidays for the privileged, etc., 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 health insurance, etc., etc. Yeah. Vernünftig, not reasonable, but whatever. Yeah. Concrete thoughts mean thoughts which contain in themselves a unity of opposed or distinct determination. Yeah. And now I will comment other logical determinations. Okay, so here we're in a case of communism and libertarianism, which in the form of modernity are anarcho-communism and anarcho-libertarianism or anarcho-capitalism, the positive and the negative. I let you read. They are opposed, but at bottom they are the same. That's why people can say that Marxism is negative. The libertarian says that Marxism is negative, and the Marxists say that libertarianism is negative. And when you see the full picture, you see that they are different, but nonetheless identical in the sense that both are anarchists, both are opposed to social democracy for the reasons that have been showed on the table board. That's a polarity. Yeah. They are intrinsically conditioned by one another and are only in relation to each other. This is the reason why more and more people in the Western world have been switching towards libertarianism, because the governments of the Western countries are becoming more and more socialist, more and more pervading the entire economic sphere through interventionism, regulation, statism, welfare, regulation of all sorts, and therefore there is a logical reaction, which is to switch towards the opposite pole. Yeah, which is libertarianism. That's why there is a growing trend in libertarianism, because if you implement more socialism, or more, it's not necessarily economic, but even if you implement more regulations in the realm of free speech, control of the freedom of movement, freedom of association, etc., the natural reaction, but it's not natural, it's logical. The logical reaction is that people will switch towards more desire for more freedom. And the same happened in Soviet Russia. At some point, people wanted freedom. That's why socialism. That's why the transition from that's why the Eastern European countries, with a few exceptions, they are more capitalist in a sense. At least there's a higher thirst for freedom and independence than in the West, because they have had to struggle against socialism and communism. That's why in Hungary, for instance, they don't want the government to force them to live with migrants, because they have had to live with government regulations for decades. Yeah, so it's very easy when you are a leftist Westerner to judge negatively Hungary, but when you've been living under government oppression, more or less intense, for decades, maybe you say, okay, whatever the government implements, we want independence. And that's why there is a libertarian reaction in the West, basically. In opposition, the different is not confronted by an other, but by its other, its own other. That's why libertarianism is the other of Marxism, and reciprocally, basically. In modern physical science, etc., magnetism, electricity, chemistry, etc., etc. Yeah. So, hopefully, I don't know if it will work, whatever, but if there are either Marxists or libertarians or leftists or right-wingers or anyone actually who watches the video that I will publish about libertarianism and Marxism, that if they understand that they are conditioned by one another, I don't know if you can escape the conditioning, but that's a first step towards liberation. Namely, if the libertarians can understand that their libertarian ideas do not come from God knows where, but actually God knows where it comes from, precisely. So yes, it comes from God knows where. Look, at this moment, I'm quite in a depressed mood, but maybe there is salvation through laughter in some situation, and maybe the English-speaking people at some moment, if they watch my video, they will say, okay, maybe, I don't know when or if, but whatever you can say about whoever this person is, or this mind, or this voice, or whatever what. Sometimes the jokes are really funny. Yeah, so God knows where the opposition between Marxists and libertarians come from. It comes from the mind of God, basically, from logic. So yeah. Now I will make a pause, and I will. But now I will make a pause. That was just a broad presentation. It took me 9 minutes. I will switch the table and offer a coherent and structured context for what I'm talking about. The history of modernity I drew this in 5 minutes. I hope that it's not too simplified. The history of modernity from a Western European perspective. It's arbitrary, it's just to illustrate. It begins symbolically with Gutenberg and the invention of the printing press in the 15th century, which enables the spread of the Bible, or the spread of books actually. At the beginning of the 16th century, we have symbolically, of course, Martin Luther, which publishes its 95 Theses, which is a consequence of the spread of the Bible and the ability of ordinary educated people, which were not very numerous back then, but still the ordinary people to have access to the written word of the Bible and of books, but mostly the Bible, and it enables a renewal of the spread of information, enables a renewal of spirituality, and that's when Martin Luther comes into play and publishes his 95 Theses against the Catholic Church, the Roman Church, and the papacy, etc. And this brings about a lot of religious troubles and religious conflicts, which we call the Reformation, which is the birth of Protestantism. Here, another symbolic date in the middle of the 16th century, Copernicus, with his heliocentric view, namely the sun is at the center of the solar system and the earth is revolving around the sun. So we have a questioning from a religious and from a technological, religious, scientific view of the authority of the church, which was connected with the state, basically. I simplify to the utmost. So the spirit of independence, freedom, self-inquiry, direct relation to God, questioning of everything, the spirit of independence brought about by the Protestant Reformation brings about the scientific revolution, plus the spread of the printing press, the fall of Constantinople, and the rediscovery of the ancients, etc., etc., brings about a renewal of spirit, which brings about the scientific revolution, whose most important names are Kepler, who studies the laws of the elliptic movement of the planets in the solar system, Galileo, which formalized the fall of a body and the mathematization of the laws of nature, Francis Bacon and Descartes, which brought about a philosophical revolution in a scientific method, an epistemological method in empiricism for Bacon, and a reshaping of the entirety, a questioning of the very foundation of knowledge, and the will to reconstruct knowledge upon certain non-subjected to doubt grounds for Descartes, so the reconstruction of knowledge. And then the culmination of the scientific revolution is, of course, Newton in the second half of the 17th century. The transition between the 17th and the 18th century, which is the 17th century, the century of rationalism, is symbolically John Locke. I could have added Leibniz, but here my purpose is to talk about the economic aspect. So Locke was a liberal, a classical liberal he was an empiricist and a liberal in politics. He promoted private property, tolerance, separation of power, etc., limited government, etc. And Voltaire was hugely influenced by the ideas of Locke and Newton. So basically, the 18th century in France, that which we call the Enlightenment in the Anglo-Saxon world, the Aufklärung in Germany, and Les Lumières in France. The most important names from a French perspective are Voltaire, Montesquieu, Diderot, and the Encyclopedia, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who was an anti-Enlightenment thinker in the heart, in the core of the Age of Enlightenment. So to classify Voltaire and Rousseau together, they are opposed, basically, philosophically, politically, whatever. But these are the most important names from a French perspective. In the Anglo-Saxon world, we have Hume in Scotland. So here it's basically the death of metaphysics with Hume, and we have the invention of the machine, I don't know how you call this. James Watt, you get the idea. Whatever. Adam Smith, which is the theoretical consideration of economics, and and then we have the French Revolution, which is the consequence of the ideas spread by the French writers and which were inspired by the English thinkers and scientists, and it brings about the Industrial Revolution in England. So the machine, I don't know how to call this in English, la machine à vapeur, James Watt, brings about the Industrial Revolution. So an engineer or an inventor and a political scientist, symbolically, of course, Adam Smith and James Watt, bring about the Industrial Revolution, which is the birth of capitalism, because it is tied with the determination of legislation and law in French through the bourgeois revolution, as Marx would say, brings about capitalism, and then up until 1848 with the appearance of Karl Marx, and the most important ideas from a political standpoint of the early decades, and actually the entire 19th century, are nationalism, liberalism, which are offsprings and outbursts of the French Revolution, socialism, which is a reaction against the birth of capitalism, and communism and anarchism, which are logical unfolding of the socialist idea. And this, one might ask, where are the United States of America? They are just an insignificant British colony at this moment. But then God said, let us, or let US maybe, it can work both ways, let us create the American Constitution, and God saw that it was good. the American. So because it's a European perspective here. So basically, to summarize the context of capitalism, socialism, social democracy, the elites, intellectual and political, namely the church and the aristocracy and the kings, are being questioned by the spread of information, by a religious reformation, and by a scientific and metaphysical revolution, an anti-metaphysical in a way. By Bacon was an anti-metaphysician, and so was Locke and Hume. Descartes was a metaphysician, but he wanted to radically doubt all the knowledge and to reconstruct knowledge on a stable ground, basically. So Newton dealt a deadly blow to the authority of the church because he proved with rigorous thinking and intelligence that the predictions of the empirical sciences could be way more accurate and astonishing than the theological subtleties and the metaphysical speculations of the clergy and the philosophers and the theologians. So the idea, I simplify to the utmost, is that Newton proved, and in the continuity of Kepler and Galileo, proved that the laws which apply to the celestial bodies, the planets, the moon, are identical to those who apply here on Earth, namely the movement of objects. The mechanical and dynamical movement of objects on Earth is determined by the same laws as the movement of the planets in the sky above. So the distinction between the heavenly sky and the earthly world, one might say, vanished. And the philosophy of Aristotle, scholastic, which was the dominant philosophy until at least Descartes brought it down to its knee. Basically, it was already losing its influence, but Descartes dealt a deadly blow to scholastics, which was the official philosophy and theology of the church. But Newton put the nail in the coffin of theology and metaphysics, basically. And this idea that universal laws govern the entire universe, it was implemented through the spread of the ideas of Newton and Locke, by Voltaire, because the French, they were interested most in politics, not in science. So Voltaire used the scientific discoveries and the epistemological and philosophical discoveries of Locke to spread political ideas, namely equality before the law. That's not how he formulated it, but basically these are the ideas of Voltaire, Montesquieu, etc. It's equality between the rising bourgeoisie and the declining aristocracy. Here, this is a Marxist analysis. They wanted the rising bourgeoisie. They wanted equality before the law, equality of treatment, basically to abolish the privileges of the aristocrats, because it's just an actualization, in the sense of making wirklich what Newton had discovered in the realm of science. So the French implemented into politics what Newton had discovered in astronomy, namely, and mechanics, namely the unity of the above and the earthly, basically. So that's simplified the French Revolution in 10 minutes, basically. And the development of the sciences, the tremendous predictive capabilities or capacity of the Newtonian method in the realm of physics and mechanics and astronomy influenced an entire generation of thinkers, namely Montesquieu wanted to use kind of the same method, although it was not mathematical and quantitative, but to find the laws which govern all human societies. And Adam Smith, in a way, he's a grandchildren, one of the grandchildren of Newton, not by blood and by lineage and genealogy, but conceptually, one might say, because he tried, consciously or unconsciously, to find the regularities and the laws that Newton had found in the movement of objects in the interaction of economic agents. So that's a theoretical view of economics. Like Kant is sometimes described as the Newton of philosophy, namely he tried to actualize the Copernican and the Newtonian revolution in the realm of metaphysics in order to save metaphysics. So everything is connected. Copernicus, Newton, Kant, Adam Smith, and of course the Germans, Luther, and yeah, because all these people they were Protestant, basically. Yeah, so the political ideas of Rousseau brought about the radical revolutionaries in France, whereas the more moderate were influenced by Voltaire and the Encyclopedia and the Anglo-Saxons, directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. So, yeah, all these elements brought about the Industrial Revolution, which brought about tremendous changes in the economic life of the English people, and then the people of Western Europe, and then eventually the people of all over the world, but it took longer, it took several decades to spread worldwide, but the most radical changes occurred in England with the countrysation. I don't know what the English word is, but the peasants were willingly or unwillingly drawn out of their fields to be sent into the cities and the workshops, basically, and into industrial plants, industrial factories. And these tremendous changes brought about the rise of nationalism, liberalism, socialism, communism, anarchism throughout the 19th century up until the mid 20th century, actually. Nationalism died politically in 1945, and communism was still dominant until the 1960s and 70s, and then it declined and officially vanished in 1991, basically. So that's the broad context, the history of modernity from a political standpoint, but politics is connected with religion and science, basically. So that's the story of modernity in 15 minutes, and now I will switch the board again, and I will comment the formal aspect of okay, this again, I use my own documents to illustrate my own videos. So I will not comment if I implement this okay, if I implement this view at some moment in the video, it's just to keep in mind the way I envision a country, the interconnectedness of all the parts of the social totality and their interrelatedness. Yeah. So I simplify to the utmost. Pre-industrial society, rural, agricultural, peasants. The rise of capitalism, which was brought about by all the reasons, causes, Grund, that I have briefly mentioned. It's an abstraction in a sense, because the citizens, I simplify to the utmost, it's not historical, it's not sociological, it's more logical. The abstraction, in the sense that the peasants, basically in England, France, Germany, actually, they were abstracted from their common life, and they were given at various moments and in various circumstances, but here I take the example of France, with the French Revolution, they were given abstract rights, namely, they were free agents from a legal standpoint, equality before the law, and the right to own property and to start business, etc., etc. But it's abstract in the sense that it brought about tremendous changes in their lives because they were forced, here it's mostly the case in England, but it happened in France as well, to be drawn out of their communities by the movement of economics. That's what Karl Marx called the primitive accumulation of capital, or when the English landlord stole the common fields to implement sheep, to grow wool. My vocabulary is quite poor, but you get the idea. So basically, the English peasants, and later the French peasants, that's what we call how do you call this in English? Rural exodus. They were forced, willingly or unwillingly, to leave the countryside to go into the rising factories.
So in a way, it's emancipatory because life in a rural village in the middle of the English countryside was not necessarily pleasant all the time. So there is an emancipatory aspect, and there have been in France novels like by Stendhal, for instance, or Balzac, who explain the emancipatory power of the sons of the peasantry who can access the bourgeois life in a way through their own effort. So that's already the myth of the self-made man. In a way, that's not the American version, but yeah, basically. But it also has brought disruption. So capitalism, as it was implemented, here I take the example of France at the end of the 18th century, was abstract because human beings are not just legislative agents. They have a Sittlichkeit. They live within a community. They are not just abstract citizens. So that's why capitalism, in its beginning, from a historical perspective, was abstract, but from a logical perspective, this is also the abstraction. And the determinations of free market, equality before the law, brought about inequalities because human beings are born unequal in temper, abilities, faculties, will, character, health also. So they are not, human beings are not equal. So if you put them under a state of free competition, inequality will necessarily rise because equality before the law means each one is able to express his potential, but if the potential is unequal, and actually it is, the result will be economic inequalities. The right to entrepreneurship brings about the exploitation of the workers by the capitalists. That's the Marxist narrative, which is true because those who owned the means of production in the early 19th century, they had a complete domination, a complete the possibility of life and death over their workers, basically not the right to murder them, but they owned their biological existence. That's the story that Marxism tells, and it's partly true. And private property brought about misery because here I will draw inspiration from a French sociologist, or he's not really a sociologist, he's a Marxist, Orwellian in a good sense. Partly he's a sociologist, he's a philosopher who wrote many books, Jean-Claude Michel, about this story. He tells the story of the birth of liberalism as a politically implemented ideology and the socialist revolt, not the socialism of Karl Marx and Engels, not the scientific socialism, but the English socialism mostly. The English and the French, namely the native, spontaneous, populist, he doesn't use the word populist, but popular revolt of the peasants of France, England, and even Germany against the dehumanizing effects of modernization and capitalism, basically. So the revolt of the people against the loss and the disruption of their Sittlichkeit, of their lifestyle in a way. So yeah, colonialism, it's later in the 19th century, but yeah, so each of these positive aspects, and they are considered to be positive in a certain sense. Even Marx acknowledged that capitalism had a positive, it was a negative moment, but which brought about positivity. That's what Marx was a Hegelian, namely that he understood that capitalism was the bourgeois moment in what he considered to be the process of the completion of communism. So Karl Marx was very critical of capitalism, but he admired capitalism for its creative power, basically. I simplify Marx in 20 seconds, basically. So yeah, but here I will go into more detail. Free market, equality before the law, entrepreneurship, private property, etc., because they contain these judicial and political concepts in the ordinary sense, Denkbestimmungen, these are not Hegelian concepts, these are Denkbestimmungen, thought determination. They contain their own negation within themselves because true freedom is not the freedom to do whatever one wishes, but to find oneself in the other, and namely a society in which a tiny minority is very wealthy and the majority is living in misery. The very rich cannot be free because, for the simple reason that they are afraid of a potential revolt of the masses. so they have to surround themselves with bodyguards, etc. Here, that's more the story of modernity, but it was already partly true back then. It was not personal bodyguards, but the state apparatus was in the hand of the bourgeois, basically. That's a Marxist analysis, and it's rather accurate. In order to be free from a Hegelian perspective, one has to find oneself in the other, namely freedom is equality of self through the mediation of another. So the concept, here in the Hegelian sense, namely relation to self in its other, in one's other, freedom and equality are conceptually united. So it's not an accident, and that's what I try to illustrate, namely because capitalism is abstract, it brings about its own negation. It's not an external negation. It's not socialist scheming or plotting of the anarchists. No, it's the one-sidedness, the limitation, in a sense, of capitalism, which inherently, in an immanent, in an inner fashion, brings about its own negation, because it is translated from a historical perspective by the very difficult conditions of life experienced by mostly the English working class, but then the working class of Europe, and then eventually the working classes of all over the world because of the spread of colonialism. But capitalism brought about its own negation, and here it's not a rigorous historical analysis, but the notions, the Denkbestimmungen, which the socialists are tied to, and socialism historically arose in the early decades of the 18th century. One could say that socialism is an eternal idea because in antiquity, in the Middle Ages, there were already popular peasant revolts, but socialism as a self-organized, self-conscious movement emerged in the early decades of the 19th century. So for each determination of capitalism, the opposite determination is brought forth by the inner logic of dialectics, namely free market demands equality, not only formal equality, but real equality. And here, formal and real would be an sich and sein für anders. Real equality would be an sich and sein für anders, namely wirklich, in a way, equality. Not only the formal right to start a business, but the actual, namely the wirklich, living conditions. The demands of the early socialists was not pure economic equality, although some French revolutionaries wanted it, but simply decent living conditions for all, basically. Entrepreneurship, here it's a logical determination, but it can be explained in the realm of economics, namely if there is absolutely no regulation, businesses become monopolistic and they buy the state, basically, and they implement legislation which preserve and protect them. So there has to be regulations in order to prevent monopolies. Here, even most of the most radical capitalist thinkers, they agree. They are the hardcore libertarians who really want no regulations at all, but most free market economists agree that in order to save capitalism, there has to be regulations, basically. And public properties, this is the problem of the commons. So here, these are the very abstract determinations of socialism, but each of these determinations brings about its own negation. Equality brings about oppression, for the same reason why free market and equality before the law brought about inequalities, because human beings are anthropologically, psychologically, culturally different. They do not have the same potential. So the will to implement equality is self-contradictory, because you have to equalize the unequals, and you can only use strength and oppression eventually, because people have different abilities and talents and different characters and will and motivation, so it's not possible to equalize everyone, basically.
Okay, so I will illustrate with a few books the question of economic equality. There's a book by Murray Rothbard, so right-wing libertarian. A book by Charles Murray, which explains income inequality in the United States, but actually it's valid for every democratic society. a book by Richard Lynn, IQ and Global Inequality. Simply, world economics is unintelligible if we do not take into account differences between the various nations, and global inequality as a consequence of human diversity. Diversity, equality, inequality are logical determinations, and if you asked if a leftist said we want global economic equality, the right winger of course said the right winger would say I would prefer not to, and the opposite is true as well. Would you like to have a global economy where there are so many inequalities? And the leftists would say I would prefer not to. So in a sense the left and the right they are identical, although they are different, but identity and difference are identical. Precisely, that's Hegel's philosophy. So yeah, what I can say about the question of equality and inequality is that that's just a libertarian view, but it's true. Namely that if equality is being set, economic equality is being set as a goal to attain, there is the famous question between equality of outcome and equality of opportunity, and usually those who want equality of outcome are on the left, and those who want equality of opportunity are on the right. But the smart people say that if you want to implement equality of outcome, you have to implement oppressive government regulations to take the money from the privileged to the underprivileged, which brings about regulation, surveillance, taxes, etc., which downgrades the economic life, but not just the economic life, but also the political, cultural, intellectual life, etc. But even if you just want equality of opportunity, in order to equalize the opportunities, you have to create the social context where if you are rigorous, you have to have same education for all, same biological determination for all. So you would have to control the birth, who marries who is allowed to reproduce, etc. So if you want to equalize the opportunities, you have to implement a totalitarian state, like Plato envisioned in his Republic. And if you want equality of outcome as well. So both sides are totalitarian in a way. That's why the radical libertarians neither want equality of opportunity nor of outcome, because then there is equality of rights, legislative equality, but these are three distinctions I will not draw on the board. But equality of rights does not mean equality of opportunity, because the opportunities are determined by anthropology, namely the genetic background of the person on an individual level, which depends on the genes of the parents, the education, the social neighborhood, the geographical location. People who grow up in cities are more privileged or underprivileged, depending on the country, depending on the region, than those who grow up in rural areas. Sometimes the schools are better in rural areas, sometimes they are better, way better in cities, in gentrified neighborhoods, and much worse in the suburbs, or depending, because the suburbs, it's for the rich in America, it's for the poor in Western Europe. The inner city, it's for the poor in America. So it depends on the particularities of the country. But what I want to say is that equality of outcome requires totalitarian control, but equality of opportunity as well. Because, like I said, if you are rigorous, you would have to control the birth, the education, the upbringing of every child in a country, which would require totalitarian measures. So equality of, I'm not saying that it's good or bad, but simply the logical consequence would be a total control. So that's why the more equality is being promoted, and equality of rights is a universal determination of thought. So in this sense, it's universal, so it can be said to be good, that all people as thinking entities should be treated equally. Then there are various particularities like the age,
the social role, etc., etc. But universality of right is good, but the universality of opportunity and outcome, it's a tendency desired by the left and by the moderate right, but the consequence is regulation, taxes, deprivation of freedom, control, surveillance, etc., etc. It's just how things are. So yeah, and yeah, and yeah, the regulations, if they are excessive, and here the proper measure of regulation, proper measure is logical determination again, they bring about inefficiency, they slow down the economic process, they bring parasitism, etc., etc. And public property, if it negates private initiative, if it discourages the entrepreneurs to start businesses, it brings about poverty. And here, mass murder happened in Soviet Russia and Ukraine and Maoist China, etc., etc. But yeah, there are the bad aspects of capitalism and of socialism. Okay, I record a few images and text that I will briefly comment and that I will implement in the video about economics. So here's a book by Domenico Losurdo, who was a Marxist, a counter history of liberalism. And I will just go a little bit on. Here is the Black Book of Communism, written mostly by Frenchmen, I think. And what I want to show is that on both sides of the economic and political spectrum, so here we are in the Bestimmtheit of economics and partly politics, because the two are linked together, what has been happening and what is happening is that both sides write the history of the opposite economic ideology, so to speak. Basically, it's Marxism and liberalism, or communism and libertarianism, and there are other options like Keynesian policies, classical liberalism, nationalist economics, protectionism, whatever. But the two poles, and I will talk about this later, are Marxism or communism and libertarianism, basically. So here I will let you read what he says. And basically this book that I haven't read, but I can only imagine because I've heard about it, namely here is a Marxist thinker who denounces the crimes of liberalism, which in the realm of economics has become capitalism, basically. And on the other side of the economic political spectrum, what is happening is that other people have been writing books about communism and the crimes of communism in China, Soviet Russia, Cuba, etc., etc. So the history of capitalism or liberal or libertarian economics and the history of communism, political and economic, is being written, and people are becoming aware of the history. The people who take the time or have the opportunity to study this, they become aware of the crimes perpetrated by the other opposing side, basically. And that's an argument which has been used by libertarians like Stephen Molyneux and Thomas Di Lorenzo, and most libertarians. They accuse the communists of having perpetrated crimes. But if you listen to the Marxists, they accuse capitalists of having perpetrated crimes. And both sides are correct in a sense, but the truth is the process of the development of consciousness. And here, in the middle, one might say, I'm stuck in the middle with you, one might say. Here is a rather moderate thinker who denounces the crimes and the murders implemented by governments, whether they were right-wing governments or left-wing governments throughout mostly the 20th century. So here, of course, there are
communist regimes, but also fascist regimes, partly this is a reference to the killing of Armenians, and they are partly Muslim, but it was not done necessarily in the name of religion, but it's partly by Islam. So here are crimes whether they are religious, ideological, political, from the right, from the left, from empires, bureaucracy, whatever. So yeah. So some accuse libertarianism, which has been, or capitalism in a way, which has been implemented by government policies. Some accuse communism, and some accuse just government, because it is the tool. The government can be left-wing or right-wing, but it is a tool. And a government, in order for there to be a state, there has to be a relationship of authority and dominant and dominated, basically. That's why the state is a consent, in a way. There is a state relationships because the citizens obey and abide by the rules, and they accept to be to obey. But the power of those who control the government only comes from the authority that the people allows them to have, basically. So that's there is no bureaucracy without citizens willing to engage in bureaucratic how do you call this? Bureaucratic nonsense. No, I'm not. It's not always nonsense, but whatever. So here is an example of history being written and people becoming conscious of this. And in order to understand, all aspects have to be taken into account. Not only the crimes of communists, but also the crimes of capitalists and the crimes of government, whether they were left-wing, right-wing, etc., etc. And the logical movement, it's just to illustrate speculative logic, abstract. What is abstract? Because of its one-sidedness, because of its emptiness, one might say, it is the negation of itself. It is incomplete, so it negates itself. It's not an external process, it's an inner, immanent process of self-negation. And the negation of what is abstract seeks to unite itself with the first moment, to recover itself in a way, but a return to the first moment, we do not find the same abstraction precisely because it has been negated. It has evolved logically, and this is what brings about the concrete, namely the unity of what is abstract and the negation of the abstraction. Here in this example, it's capitalism and socialism, and the concrete unity of capitalism and socialism is free market, equality before the law, entrepreneurship, private property, with a nuanced, a balanced amount of regulations on public properties. And historically this has given rise to state-sponsored capitalism and social democracy. And here we could talk about already at the end of the 19th century with the laws of Bismarck, who wanted to prevent, he was not an idiot, he was a typical German cunning, he was cunning like a German. The German can be innocent and dumb, but they can be cunning as well. Bismarck was not an idiot, he understood that socialism, the rise of the unions, the socialist movement, was a threat for his will to unify and to maintain power in Germany. So he said, okay, I'm going to give health insurances and poverty laws and help to the most deprived members of society to prevent them from joining socialism. So yeah, that's manipulation, but yeah, it enabled, it partly helped the German workers. But the most concrete forms of the concrete unity would be Roosevelt in the US, and then the welfare state which emerged in England and France and other European countries in the second half of the 20th century after the Second World War, where
it's a constant struggle to obtain social rights. The Marxists, they know that the rights to minimum wage, union, limitation of working hours, welfare state, pensions, healthcare, etc. It's a constant struggle. It has been a constant struggle, but symbolically in Western Europe, it is the end of Second World War, where the capitalism really became socialist. So we had socialist capitalism. It was still capitalism, but it was a unity of both because of the struggle of the Western workers, and also because of the threat of Eastern real socialism, as they call this in Marxist jargon. So here, it's not historically rigorous. The purpose is not to make a lecture on the history of economics. The purpose is to illustrate speculative logic. So one could say that social democracy, which is a capitalist society with elements of socialism. It's a concrete unity because it contains the moment of abstraction, the moment of the negative, and in a concrete unity. And here I will talk about because each moment brings about its own negation. So here is the current state of economics and politics in the modern West. In red we have the negative aspects. It's not valid for every Western country, mostly in socialist countries like France and partly Germany, but mostly France. The right to unions bring about strikes, which paralyzes the economy. The minimum wage law, they bring about unemployment because the low-skilled worker or the youth are not allowed, because of legislation, to enter the market to acquire skills. So they are left out of the working population in a way because of the legislation. The welfare state has brought about forms of parasitism and dependency and has had negative influences upon the family structure, marriage, the birth rates, the morality of the people, because if you are dependent on the state, if you expect the state to provide you with your living, whether or not you work, whether or not you seek a job, etc., you become an economic parasite. And I have no problem admitting this because I have myself for many months and even more than a couple of years, I have lived off the money of the state. So I have been a parasite. And the system of collectivized pension and retirement and healthcare, here it's mostly in Western Europe, it has brought about tremendous amounts of debt because the increasing life expectancy of the old has to be financed by the work of the young, but they do not have children anymore because the welfare state, because various cultural reasons, but there's the problem of debt. So it's becoming economically unsustainable. So in red we have the right wing, from an economic standpoint, the right wing criticism of the concrete unity of social democracy, basically. And it could be Keynesian, because I could have introduced Keynesianism, neoliberalism, but I don't want to complexify here. It's really the most simple determination. And here in black at the bottom here, it should have been in red, but actually from the perspective of the right, it's good consumerism. From the radical leftist perspective, it's the workers have become bourgeois and decadent. So these are, most of the time, these are leftist scholars who complain about the rising standards of living of the working class because they hate the working class, although they pretend to care about them. That's a typical leftist, white leftist bourgeois mentality, basically. They accuse the working class of having the white working class of having become soft and bourgeois in a way. That's the criticism of the left in the 1960s, when they saw that capitalism could not be defeated economically because it brought prosperity even to the working class, contrarily to the predictions of Karl Marx. And here, those who are familiar with Marxism should know that basically that's partly the truth, because the standards of living really were very high for the working class in Western Europe in the 1950s, 60s, up until the 70s, with the first economic crisis and the petrol and oil embargo, etc. But yeah, so the leftist scholars in the 1960s, they started to criticize consumerism, whereas from a right-wing perspective, it's good. It's called growth. consumption, prosperity, etc. Robotization, like I said, from a leftist perspective, it's dehumanizing. It steals the job of the workers. It brings meaninglessness and repetitive tasks. But from the perspective of the right, the libertarian or the free market economist, it's good because it's creative destruction, as Schumpeter would say. It's innovation. It enables to facilitate, to produce more, etc., etc. And the destruction of nature. The leftists complain, but there are those who genuinely complain about the threat to ecology, and those who just want to find a reason to complain. So they are what they call the watermelons, namely they use ecology, but actually they are just communists and they just want to access power, and they would use any excuse to attain power. So there are the honest leftists and the dishonest, but there are also the honest right-wingers and the dishonest. So here it's the current economic situation in Western Europe, and the dialectics cannot find peace or stability because it always negates itself, and the negation of the current state of affairs, state of being in the West, takes various forms. But there are, here I talk about Western Europe, there are what we would call the anarcho-capitalists, which is the libertarians, the Mises Institute, people like Jeff Deist, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Ron Paul to a certain extent, which is more moderate, but Llewellyn Rockwell, Chase Rachels, Thomas Di Lorenzo, etc., etc., inspired by Murray Rothbard and Mises and Ayn Rand. And so the right wing, from an economic standpoint, the right wing libertarians and the anarcho-communists, which are inspired by the modern modern communist thinkers. Guebwiller was not, strictly speaking, a communist, but he was an anarchist in a good sense, an intelligent anarchist. But Zizek is not an anarchist. Zizek would be a state communist. It's kind of weird, but the communists that are part of the intellectual life of the West, Jameson, the critical theory of value in Germany, Lohoff, Japp, Robert Kurz, etc., etc., Moyes Postone, there are Marxists in France, Lordon, etc. I will publish the list.
Okay, this is a view of economics in mostly in the US, but in the world at large, actually, because these are universal determinations. So here are the in bold. These are topics of debate and inquiry and opposition. These are just examples of categories. And on the left, there are leftist views, and on the right-wing views. And here I am concerned with libertarians, so I will. On the right, so here it's political. There are free market conservatives, libertarians, which are more radical, and these are examples: a German, Hans Hermann Hoppe, Americans, Frenchmen, a Swedish person. I don't know if he's Italian or American. I don't know. He speaks English at least. The Mises Institute. There is on this side the crony capitalism, and these people, whenever something goes wrong with the free market, they accuse crony capitalism. That's why that's the usual suspect. And some of the arguments in terms here of food policy, economic planification starves people. Humanitarianism has ruined many African countries. So they denounce the plans of the left and the humanitarians of the left, and they advocate and they defend the legacy of capitalism, which over the past couple of centuries has multiplied. I mean, it's not just capitalism, but these are mostly the technological, medical, educational, economic development enabled by the Industrial Revolution and capitalism and liberalism, which has enabled to multiply the human population almost by a factor of 7. Here are right-wing critiques of the banking system. They are libertarian. Here they are French. He's Spaniard. I think he's South African. So in the question of finance and banking, there is the right-wing critique.
and here are dead people who criticized also the banking system or thoroughly examined. There is the Austrian school, which is some sort of the intellectual center which inspires and influences libertarians. There is classical liberalism. So here the classification is not correct, because the libertarians are more right-wing than classical liberalism, but these people are they are dead basically, so they are the influence of modern libertarians. Neoliberals, the same, they should be between the conservatives, so it's not very rigorous, but just to illustrate. These are all examples of right-wing policies, right-wing economic policies, so we're in the realm of economics. There is techno-fascism, which is a mixture of state-sponsored capitalism and state-sponsored technological authoritarian regime in a way. So China is, it is said, is communist, or sometimes it's capitalist. It's more some sort of a techno-fascist country in a way. There are examples of state capitalism. Here, so these are moderate to radical right-wing statists in a way, and here are nationalist economists who advocate autarky. So nationalists in terms of economics, they are opposed to libertarians who are on the right. So there are divisions on the right, and your example, National Socialist Germany, Fascist Italy, North Korea, in a sense, it's an attempt to implement some sort of autarkic policy. It's strictly speaking, it's not possible in the case of North Korea, but it's as autarkic as it can get. So, and here are nationalist German thinkers. So that would be the views of the right, as I envision this very simply. And the professional expert of economics, they can divide and subdivide in many layers. It's just a broad view, the kind of idea that we find on the right, from a strictly economic standpoint. Right-wingers, either they are free market conservatives, liberals, libertarians, neoliberals, that this all is intertwined, or statists, or techno-fascist, or in a rare case, fascist nationalist economics. So there are oppositions within the right. And now I will look at the left. Okay, so there are the working class leftists who just want better standards of living. There are white liberals, mostly bourgeois. They are critical of white consumerism, but want prosperity for non-whites. So they are kind of schizophrenic, because they want, they criticize consumerism when it comes to the white working class, but they want good standards of living for non-whites. So it's kind of contradictory. The elites, mostly white elites, not only, but mostly, they promote economic sabotage to punish the white working class, while promoting welfare for non-whites. That's what Mises would call economic destructionism. That's the implementation of economic destructionism by selling the best technology to Asia, implementing inefficient regulations, taxation, heavy taxation, all sorts of tariffs, all sorts of regulations, etc., etc. So that's economic sabotage, what Mises precisely calls destructionism. That's here economic destructionism. Yeah. Here's the leftist view on agriculture. Modern agriculture destroys the soil, so they have a long-term ecological view, which is true. Chemical industrial agriculture has a detrimental effect upon the biological resources and the mineral resources of the soil. It erodes and destroys the soil. They blame capitalism for starvation, although historically capitalism has enabled a tremendous growth of demography, but it is also true that some capitalist policies or lack of policies have detrimental effects upon populations, mostly in Africa. And here, so that's the view of most people in the current West, but more classically, there are the Keynesians, and here are examples in Belgium, here are modern Keynesians in the US. American Marxism, these are examples of American Marxists. There are the radical proponents of permaculture, so they are kind of outside of the economic system, although they are within it, but they want to be self-sufficient. Here is the leftist critique of finance and banking. So there are critique of finance and banking by
a libertarian right-wing view or even a nationalist view. I'm not saying this person in general, but he, for instance, was a nationalist. So there is the nationalist critique, and there is the working class leftist critique of the economic system. There are the socialists. So the distinctions here are continuity and discretion. I mean, it's a gradual. To what extent are socialist Keynesians and to what extent are Keynesian socialists? These are economic subtleties, but sometimes they could be mixed together. But these are examples of French people who are more or less socialist. European Marxists, mostly from Germany, but also from France. There are old-fashioned Marxists, namely those who are nostalgic of the USSR. There are the neo-Marxists. Then the distinctions again, what's the distinction between an American Marxist, a European Marxist, a neo-Marxist, etc. There are the minimalists, namely people, they are on the left, but they may have no political affiliation specifically, or they might be on the right, but they promote a simple way of living. Here's an example of an economic dream for white people, consciously or unconsciously, namely to live freely from constraints in a way. It's not without hardships, but that's in the white psyche. These are movies in case Captain Fantastic and Into the Wild, and it's tied with permaculture in a way. I mean, it's not about permaculture, but it is the idea of escaping from the system to reach independence. And here are I took this from Marxist.org. They are very good at classifying. So here are examples of members of the First International in the 19th century. The Spartakist League, Reformists, Fabian Society, French Marxists, South American Marxists, African Marxists. Yeah, so they are more rigorous on the left than on the right because they make classifications and they think about the development of economics. So here is Keynes, of course, who is a Keynesian, I guess. Although Marx was not a Marxist, so maybe Keynes was not a Keynesian. Yeah, and yeah. So here is sociology. These are the socio-economic policies of the left. Some of them steal the money of the middle class through taxation, steal the money of the working class through inflation, and buy social peace with the underclass, whatever their origin, through redistribution. And yeah. Yeah. And so that's the view, and then the more specific view. So here are the names of the people involved with the Mises Institute, and hopefully they can learn about Hegel's logic to understand themselves and to understand their own mind. So these are names of living active people in league with the Mises Institute, influences of the Mises Institute, and the kind of topics that they talk about. And the Property and Freedom Society, which has been founded by Hans Hermann Hoppe, and these are some of the people who intervene within this sphere. So these are the international of libertarians. Basically, they are in America and they are international, but there are people of all origins and ethnicities and citizenship here as well. Okay, if I use this image in the video, it's my own document. It's the structuring of the categories of the encyclopedia in order to make a society and a country in the realm of objective spirit, namely the realm of institution, intelligible. And this is the interconnectedness and the interrelatedness of most, or if not all, aspects of the life of a country. So libertarians would be an economic policy made wirklich, made effective, actual in the realm of das Recht, which is law, rights, property rights, contracts, natural rights, and collective laws, basically.
If I implement this, is just to give a perspective to enable to see the structure as I envisioned this, namely the libertarians or the Marxists. It goes for the Marxists as well. Marxism is also an economic and constitutional or legislative ideology. This is how a society, how everything is interrelated, basically. Someone like Ron Paul, he's a libertarian economically and politically and legislative from the point of view of legislation, one might say. And he criticizes money and the banking system, the Fed, but he also criticizes geopolitics, military intervention, because he understands that money and geopolitics and the FBI are connected, or the FBI or the CIA or even other forms of services. The libertarians, they advocate separation of power or secession sometimes. They are against the mass surveillance, etc., etc. They have the principle of non-aggression. They advocate homeschooling or desocialization of the educational system, etc., etc. So it's just to illustrate what the libertarians are talking about, and the same goes for the Marxists. It's also valid for the Marxists, but someone like Ron Paul, he talks about, he avoids talking about certain topics like culture, family, marriage, because he's a man really of objective spirit, but he has a good view of the totality of the US. But what libertarians do not understand is that their ideas are universal. Hopefully I will have made this clear. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, so there are many reasons, and in anarcho-communist, ecologists can be included. So what I want to express is that this current system, which is specific to the Western world, brings about its own negation in various forms. There are those who just want a reform, the conservative free market economists and the free market leftists, for example, they just want reforms. By changing the tax rates or bringing more migrants to exploit them to pay the retirement pension of the old boomer white people, basically. That's the story. It's not just that, but yeah. But here are the most radical forms of negation, which are, because these people, they do not understand the process, but they do not necessarily want to go back to, and they know that they can't. I mean, at least those who have read Marx, they know this. They cannot go back to good old socialism, which was actually Stalinism, basically, or to good old capitalism, which was brutal survival of the fittest. But they want freedom and or equality, but consciously or unconsciously, they understand that the process has changed the way people think. That even the libertarians who don't know about Karl Marx, or they know that you cannot ask to a worker of the modern Western world with all the knowledge, the education that the state has provided, that which is an acquisition, which is a positive result from the perspective of leftists, a positive legacy of socialism or the socialist movement, namely free education. For them, it's positive. The modern workers, they would not accept to return to survival of the fittest, death to the weak kind of capitalism. So they have to incorporate all the moments, basically. So we have in the modern Western world two tendencies in the radical spheres of economic life of negation of social democracy. Basically, we have the libertarians and the anarcho-communists. And what the libertarians do not understand, and my purpose with making this video was trying to explain them, that they are a product of the system in a way, and so are the anarchists.
the anarcho-communist or the anarcho-ecologist, namely that all the dysfunction, the problems, the negative aspects brought about by what I call social democracy, which the name is not important. It could be state capitalism or welfare capitalism, whatever. It has inherent problems, and these people, they see the problems: the bureaucracy, the bullshit job, the economic destructionism, the meaninglessness, the taxation, etc. They see the problems, but they do not see themselves as moments, as logical moments in the dialectical process, either from a Marxist or from a Hegelian perspective. They do not understand themselves as logical moments in the process. And the reason why I wanted to make this video was to explain them, basically. I kind of lost myself, but what I want to say, yeah, so I just wanted to illustrate the logic. My purpose was not to make a lecture on the history of economics, because it's not very rigorous here. I drew this in 10 minutes. What I wanted to illustrate is the logic, the speculative logic, basically, abstract, negation, concrete. And that which is concrete, it's still abstract because it's not fully concrete, so it brings about its own negation because the pure abstraction is pure being, but every other thought determination is more determined, more concrete, but it's still not fully concrete. It's still relatively abstract, for maintaining ordinary language. So every thought determination, which is being made manifest in the realm of history and politics and economics, is incomplete, which brings about its own negation. That's the process. And here, the anarcho-communists and the anarcho-capitalists, they are opposed to one another because the anarcho-communists, which includes the anarcho-primitivists, the radical ecologists, but here that's the unity of opposites, namely there are anarcho-primitivists on the left and on the right. The people who decide to go outside the system, although strictly speaking you can't, but they think they can, by adopting an off-grid living or a permaculture farm, there are permaculture primitivists on the radical left, which are not necessarily politically conscious, and those on the far right, they are politically conscious, but there are anarchists on both sides, and both, they seem to be opposed because it's the good old struggle, or the bad old struggle, but the age-old struggle of capitalists versus communists. But here, both have the determination of being anarchists, which was not necessarily the case before, because there had been state capitalists and state socialists, and now there are anarcho-capitalists and socialists. So both are opposed, but they are not opposed to one another. They are opposed mostly to the economic system. And both, they contain the negation of the system, which is state-sponsored social democracy. So both are anarchists. So they share in common their love of anarchy in the good sense, not in the chaotic, wreak havoc kind of anarchy, but in the absence of power and self-rule and self-organization. But the ones believe that it is through complete privatization of property, and the other believe that it's through not necessarily collectivization, but through self-organization, because precisely they do not, the intelligent anarcho-communists, they do not believe in state collectivism anymore, because they are intelligent and they know that communism has not worked. It has been part of a process, but it hasn't worked, and the same mistake cannot be repeated. So the intelligent people like David Graeber and even Zizek and others, the intelligent ones, they place their faith in the self-organization of the masses, and the anarcho-capitalists in the self-organization of the individuals. But if they had read Hegel's logic, they would know that the many are made of the one, so the masses are composed of individuals, basically. So that's why what I'm trying to share is that the anarcho-capitalists and the anarcho-communists, they are opposed to the system, and from a political standpoint, they are opposed to one another, but actually they are united because both want to abolish the bureaucracy, the parasitical jobs, the dysfunctioning of the economy, and the difficulty, not in an economic sense, but in the moral sense, the over complexified aspects and all the problems of the modern Western system, basically. So that's what I wanted to say. So here we have the illustration in a chronological, historical, economic, political, sociological perspective of the logic of the speculative logic, namely abstract negation concrete. And it is true that the moment of negation was really negative, but not for everyone, because there are people who enjoyed socialism, but mostly it was kind of negative. Capitalism was negative as well, but the unity of both, of course there are people who still complain, but the speculative unity in a way, social democracy in the West, from the perspective of the ordinary person, from a strictly economic standpoint, then there are the demographic aspect, the cultural aspect, the religious aspect, but from a strictly economic standpoint, life in the West over the past 70 years has been pretty good. Not for everyone, but if you look at the history of mankind over the past 100,000 years, being a Westerner in the West for the past 70 years, from an economic standpoint, it could be worse. And actually, it could not be better on a mass scale. No, it cannot. But then there are other problems, like it brings about demographic problems, cultural, religious, spiritual problems. But from an economic standpoint, Westerners have enjoyed a good life over the past 70 years, broadly, as good as it can get. And here, like I said, we have both opposites are united in their opposition to the economic system. And one would be the negative, the capitalists are negative and the communists are positive, but the positive and the negative are conceptually united, and both share the same determination of being anarchists. And the reason why I'm making this video is that I intend to publish a video which will hopefully help and enable people on the radical economic right and the radical economic left to see that what they have in common, and that they are the same. They want to abolish the bureaucracy, the parasitical aspect of economics. They want freedom, self-organization. They want to rule. They want freedom, basically, in a good sense. And that's what I could say in 1 hour. And maybe I will implement passages, because now I know how to modify technologically my video. And that's what I had to say. Basically, it's just an illustration of the logic in a way. So, yeah. Okay, I'm still trying to work on producing a video about economics. I just set the broad outline, and here I will comment Hegel. And as you can see, there is Karl Marx at the bottom, and Hegel is at the top, but up and down are one in the view of Hegel. So Marx and Hegel are conceptually united. That's probably Hegelian. I wouldn't be surprised at this point. So I just want here. I will just show the whole picture. This is a very brief. Here, the book in orange, it's The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith. So here, the names that appear broadly are the most important economists of 19th century, end of 18th century and 19th century, mostly Western Europe. You have Adam Smith, the father of economics, Jean-Baptiste Say and Ricardo, which are considered classical economists. So it's in a chronological order. I have not put the dates, but it can be found very easily. Fichte represents a nationalist, closed commercial society. It hasn't had a huge influence immediately, but it would impact later the German thought, namely with National Socialism more than 120 or 30 years later. The rise of utopian socialism in the early decades of the 19th century. Then there is anarchism with Proudhon. Marx and Engels appear publicly in the intellectual sphere in the mid 19th century, 1848. That's here. The book is the Communist Manifesto. Here it's political contribution to a critique of political economy, and here is Das Kapital. So they appear between 1840 and 1870. I think the death of Marx is in the 1880s. Here we have, at the same time, in the mid-19th century, Bastia and Mill, who are considered to be inheritors or continuators of the classical tradition of Smith, Say, Ricardo. Here, Jevons, Walras, and Marshall, they are neoclassical economists. Menger, Baumbaver are the fathers of the Austrian school. Pareto, he's difficult to classify. He's partly liberal, but with some right-wing views. He's difficult to classify. And Bakunin was an anarchist. So yeah, that's broadly the history of 19th century economics. And now I will talk about Hegel. What else, one might say. And I will comment. Das Wahre ist das Ganze, which means the truth is the whole. It's written in English just below. Das Ganze aber ist nur das durch seine Entwicklung sich vollendende Wesen, which means the whole is only the essence completing itself through its own development. So the English sentence below the sentence "the truth is the whole" is not the translation of the German sentence. It's another. But here, what is meant is that the truth is the whole, but the whole is the essence which completes itself, develops itself, perfects itself through its own development. And this is the truth. This is the truth about God, one might say, but it is true also about economics and about any other topic of science. And here, an important sentence. From the preface of the Phenomenology, the ordinary mind does not conceive the diversity of economic systems as the progressive evolution of truth. So, I do not have a sufficient background in economics to see the logical unfolding, but I'm sure that if there was an economist with a Hegelian mindset, he would be capable to see a broad pattern. And here I could simplify basically. I will not talk more than 2 minutes, but capitalism officially becomes conscious of itself through the work of Adam Smith. It is implemented in France and England. It brings about tremendous changes in the habits and ways of life of the working population. They want to go back to a previous, a pre-industrial, pre-capitalist state, but state not in a sense of statism, state in a sense of state of being. That's what I meant. The utopian socialists, mostly in France and England, they want to go back to the old days, but not as it was under the aristocracy and the ruling class with its privileges, but with the negative moment from a philosophical standpoint of abstract freedom brought about by the French Revolution. So they want equality, but not the dehumanizing effects of industrialization. So they are not, because here I could have added the right-wing reactionaries, which were the royalists in France, namely those who wanted to go back to the religious order and the aristocratic order, but the utopian socialists, they wanted to go back to a pre-capitalist state of things, but with the mediation of the freedom brought about by the ideas of the French Revolution. I simplify to the utmost. So the difficult working conditions of the working class in Western Europe brings about utopian socialism, anarchism, the theory that the workers should self-organize. And here comes Marx, who has read Hegel, and Marx is a subtle dialectician, and he says, okay, utopian socialism, the primitive forms of communism, anarchism, Proudhon, this is not serious. Let me implement a little bit of dialectical thinking. I understand Marx. I understand him very well. Not enough maybe, but I understand the broad idea basically. So he wants to make socialism scientific by borrowing and stealing ideas from Hegel. Yeah, you exploited a German metaphysician. That's a joke. Yeah, and at the same time, what he calls the flatness, the platitude, the insipid liberal economists. So liberal economists, they replicate themselves throughout every decade as its own insipid liberal economist. They always speak common sense, but they are boring. So yeah, so these are the inheritors of these people. But Bastiat is very respected in the Anglo-Saxon world, and he has had an influence upon the Austrian school party and the libertarians, and mostly Henry Hazlitt, so he's respected. But yeah, Marx criticized these modern-day economists in his youth. Yeah, and then you have the fanatical liberal who wants to I don't know what they think. They want to systematize more rigor, more systematicity, the use of mathematics, the use of pure abstraction. They want to there's the question of value. The Austrian school, Menger and Baumgartner, they question the Marxian and the view of classical liberals and the view of Marx of the theory of value. Here, Jevons, etc., they are the neoclassical, who are, like I said, fanatical theoreticians. So it's rigorous, but it's kind of abstract from reality. So it's an economic cathedral, but it has had an influence, but whatever. Somewhere in the middle there is Carlyle, I think a British poet, who says that economics is a dismal science. So yeah, and here yeah. So broadly that's the history. You have probably a dialectical interplay between classical liberalism in the economic sense, attempts to refute whether in the nationalist sense or in the utopian egalitarian proto-communist sense. Here anarchy and communism become conscious of themselves and more serious. Here you have the common sense response, and here you have the more radical, not politically but theoretically, response. And yeah, broadly that's the history of 19th century. It's not very rigorous, but I'm not claiming that I'm an expert in economics. I just want to see the broad picture. I just want potential economic students or economists who might watch this video, I want them to understand with their knowledge of economics, whether they are Marxists or liberals or libertarians or Keynesians or whatever, to understand the method. And now I will comment Hegel. The more the ordinary mind of the economist, let us say, takes the opposition between true and false to be fixed, the more it is accustomed to expect either agreement or contradiction with a given philosophical system. It does not conceive the diversity of, I said philosophical, but it's valid for economic as well. It does not conceive the diversity of economic systems as the progressive evolution of truth. Rather, it sees only contradiction in that variety. The bud disappears when the blossom breaks through, and we might say that the former is refuted by the latter. In the same way, when the fruit comes, the blossom may be explained to be a false form of the plant's existence, for the fruit appears as its true nature in place of the blossom. That's what would say, for instance, that Marx and Engels, with their scientific view of socialism, are the refutation both of the early theoretical views of capitalism and the early dialectical negation of capitalism, basically, namely utopian socialism and anarchism. So the view of Marx was that he was, that's not how he expressed it, but Marx probably thought of himself as being the synthesis, which actually is the concrete thought of the refutation of both classical liberal thought and proto-communist. So Marx thought of himself as being a moment in the unfolding of world economic consciousness. And Marx was not just an economist, he was a total thinker, because he had an anthropological view of man, but he dedicated his life to study economics because that was the most important concern according to him. But yeah, so that's basically one way. I will not repeat what I said about Hegel, but yeah. These stages are not merely differentiated, they supplant one another as being incompatible with one another. But the ceaseless activity of their own inherent nature makes them at the same time moments of an organic unity, where they not merely do not contradict one another, but where one is as necessary as the other, and this equal necessity of all moments constitute alone and thereby the life of the whole. I'm not sure that the translation is perfect, but I trust that maybe it's better than I think. But yeah, and now very important. But the contradiction between economic systems does not usually conceive itself in this way. The mind perceiving the contradiction does not commonly know how to relieve it or keep it free from its one-sidedness, and to recognize in what seems conflicting and inherently antagonistic moments the presence of mutually necessary moments. So that's the formal aspect. It works for every field of investigation. It probably works in physics as well, but here economics is the most pressing concern, one might say. So that's the view basically of 19th century. And if someone with a vague background in the history of economics watches this video, he can use the method that I am trying to implement to understand. And now I will not cut the camera. I will just make a few modifications. Okay, so here is now what we could say the history of economics simplified up until the 1939 basically. So here it's classified not chronologically, but from a left-wing, right-wing perspective, although it's very dubious, but I will explain. But first, I will just show that basically here is Rosa Luxemburg, here is Keynes, and here is Mises. So it's not chronological, but here I will illustrate very simply. So you have the first moment is Adam Smith, 1776, The Wealth of Nations. The second very important moment, here I adopt a broader, a more universal view. I just take the most important economists. So you have Adam Smith, the symbolic father of capitalism. It's more complex than that, but symbolically that's capitalism becoming conscious of itself as an economic theory. You have the Marxist response in the mid 19th century, but the Das Kapital, I think it's in the 1860s, so in the second half of the 19th century. You have, because of the economic conditions, you have various social struggles with the unions in France, in Germany, in England, even partly in the US, and the difficult economic conditions of the working class bring about a renewal of Marxism after the death of Marx. There's the continuation by Engels, but there are also the works of Bernstein. There is Lenin, who appears on stage in the early years of the 19th century as a theoretical Marxist thinker. There is Kautsky, not Trotsky, but Kautsky. Kautsky and Rosa Luxemburg in 1918. Karl Kautsky and Rosa Luxemburg in Germany. There is also Trotsky and eventually Stalin, which take power, Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, which take power in the Soviet Union, but they are more politicians than theoretical thinkers, except Lenin, who was theoretically, Lenin is a Marxist thinker. He's an economist partly and even a philosopher to a certain extent. And you also have a response to the economic conditions following the Versailles Treaty of the First World War, the disastrous economic condition in Germany, imposed upon Germany by the winners of the First World War, namely France and the British and the Americans, but mostly the French. And here appears Keynes in the 1920s as a very important thinker, but his magnum opus, the major work, is the general theory of money, etc. It appears in 1936, and he becomes widely renowned because of Roosevelt, although he was already famous before Roosevelt, and Roosevelt was partly influenced by Keynesian ideas, partly, but Keynes published his major work after the New Deal, basically. But symbolically, it's not very accurate, and economists might disagree, but symbolically, the New Deal in America is the introduction of Keynesian policies, namely investment in the economy, public investment to stimulate consumption, to encourage people to work, social help, redistribution to a certain extent, social laws to stimulate the demand, which is supposed to stimulate the economic activity, etc. I simplify in 20 seconds. Yeah. And finally, you have in the 1920s Mises, who was then not very well known, who criticizes basically socialism, which he sees appear in the Soviet Union, but also becoming popular in Western Europe through the development of Marxism and the unions and the radical left, etc. And Mises publishes in the 1920s a book about socialism where he criticizes, in the sense of a philosophical criticism, and he goes to the roots of socialism and he shows that it is inefficient and that it cannot work, or only at the cost of economic failure and political problems. So this is the story of economics, basically, up until 1939 in its broadest outline. Of course, I could have added Ricardo and others, but here it's really simplified. Okay. And also, always keep in mind the process. So, Mises, I think the book is published in 1922, I'm not sure, but he already anticipated the entirety of socialist economic failures throughout the 20th century because he understood socialism. So, yeah, Mises anticipated because he was very smart. Yeah. Okay, now I will cut briefly the video. I will continue. Okay, so here I simplify really to the utmost. It's just to give the broad context. We have the major moments of economic thought up until the 1950s, let us say. So here, Keynes is still there, but now he's on the left. But strictly speaking, Keynes is a capitalist. He's a capitalist who wants to socialize aspects of the economy to save capitalism. But the communists, they are intelligent. They know that Keynes is a capitalist thinker. Although in the long term, he may have thought about abolishing capitalism, but from a strictly economic standpoint, Keynes is a capitalist. So he's considered in the modern and over the past several decades to be a left-wing economist, which is true because he wants to redistribute money, but from a communist perspective, he's a bourgeois thinker. Yeah, so that's why here he's on the left. So Western economic thought, I simplify really to the utmost. It's more complicated than that because here it mixes European tradition with American tradition. Mises is not very well known in Western Europe, but here it's the structure of economic thought, very simplified. I have only the books in my library. I could have added more books, but I do not buy books any longer. But anyway, so we have Adam Smith, who is the father of capitalism, Keynes, who is the left-wing capitalist, basically, because he wants to redistribute, to invest through public education, public works, public infrastructures, minimum wage, etc. You have the radical critique of capitalism, and here you have Mises, who appears as a renowned thinker with his magnum opus, his major work, Human Action, and I think it's 1949, and here you have Economics in One Lesson, which is a popularization of the ideas of Mises and of the Austrian school by Henry Hazlitt. I know it's a very popular book in the US. So here we have classical capitalist liberal thought, and here we have a libertarian thought, and here it's Hayek, who would become influential in the second half of the 20th century. So here, Hayek and Mises, they are great thinkers. One might disagree with their ideas, but they are great thinkers. Like Karl Marx, he made errors in his writings, but he was a great thinker. It cannot be doubted. So yeah, and now I do not have books by what's his name? Friedman. Yeah, also I forgot in the previous video to talk about, in the previous part, about the early part of the 20th century. Of course, there's the Taylorist, Fordist revolution in the working methods. There is the communist revolution, which is political in Soviet Russia, and there's the the economic revolution in the working method in the factories by Taylor and Ford in the US and then worldwide, which enables a tremendous growth of production, but also a debilitating repetitive aspect in work, which, yeah, whatever. But it's still a problem. It's the debilitating tasks that workers are forced to perform in some factories, but it's becoming more and more robotic, but it's still a problem for workers in factories. But yeah. No, so in this context here we are in the early 1950s in Western thought, basically, because in Soviet Russia and in China it was Stalin, Mao, etc., etc. But here it's Western thought. I could have added Milton Friedman in the 1960s, and then there is in the 1960s there is a reaction which is. There are many reactions, and remember that das Wahre ist das Ganze, and I will not put again the view of the totality of a society from the perspective of objective spirit, but you can go back to the video earlier in the video to see. But what I want to say is that there is, in the 1960s, in the West, there is a leftist reaction against capitalism, not because it brings poverty and exploitation to the working class, but because it brings wealth and comfort. So there are radical leftist intellectuals who begin to criticize the white working class, because in the 1960s the working class in the West was still predominantly, if not completely, white. So there are left-wing intellectuals who criticize the workers who they were supposed to defend. They criticize them now because they have become bourgeois, because they are accessing comfort, higher standards of living, and they have lost the will in the mind of the leftist intellectuals of revolting against capitalism, because the life offered to them by capitalism through the mediation of Keynesian policies or state intervention has been prosperous like never before in the entire history of mankind. People have cars, they have fridges, the radio, television, the comfort of houses, not for everyone, but broadly, the 1960s are an era of tremendous prosperity in the Western world. In France, in Germany, there is the economic miracle. In Japan, even it's not a Western country from a civilizational standpoint, it was Western after the Second World War, basically. So Japan, Germany, France, the US at the peak of its economic prosperity, etc. So there is this anti-capitalist but also anti-worker leftist revolt. It's only an intellectual revolt, but the consequence is that basically the leftist intellectuals have decided, consciously or unconsciously, to replace the white workers in Western Europe as the historical agent of revolution by the immigrants, the transgender, the gay, the women, the minorities, the oppressed of all sorts, etc., etc. So that's what brought about cultural Marxism and deconstructionism and the modern woke ideology, namely that the working class has been eradicated. Basically, the leftist, the trend in Western, it's specific to the West. The trend in left-wing intellectual circles is not to talk about the working class anymore. They talk about the minorities. So it's one way of manipulating the working class by leaving aside the economic problem, because the economic conditions have been degrading in the West for the working class, whether they are white or newly arrived immigrants or descendants of immigrants. The conditions are becoming more difficult. But the strategy of some leftist intellectual is to avoid the economic problem and to talk about oppression of minorities because of a lack of political correctness or because of the past wrongs, etc., etc. But they talk about all sorts of topics except economic ones, because they know that they are economically privileged and that they have gained a lot of advantages from being in their position. And they owe their economic status to the degradation of the conditions of life for the white, mostly white, but also non-white working class. And that's why these leftists, they are very smart, but yeah. Here, maybe I'll make a cut. Here is what I refer to in the change of mindset of the left in the 1960s and 70s. Here it's written in French, but basically
a French author in the it was published, I think, in 1970, accused at the moment when the Western standards of living reached maybe their peak, at least in Western Europe, before the oil crisis in 1971. Basically, I haven't read the book, but I can only guess it's just a representation of an illustration of what happened in the consciousness of some left-wing intellectuals, namely the working class was starting to become wealthy and prosperous, and they wanted, unconsciously or consciously, to bring about a revolution. So they started to accuse indirectly the working class of having become bourgeois, and this is when the left seized. It did not happen in a discrete fashion. It was a continuous, but continuity and discretion are two moments of the concept of quantity. But in the 1960s and 70s in the Western world, the left started to distantiate itself from the working class and to adopt politics aimed toward defending women, minorities, immigrants, etc., etc.
Okay, so in this video, I would like that I will introduce in the video about economics. I would like to talk about the brief history of the Western left from the 1960s and the Cultural Revolution up until today. And here is a very simplified view, namely up until the 1960s, the friends of the left. It's really simplified to the utmost. It's much more subtle, much more complex, but when it's too complex, I cannot communicate my ideas. So the friends of the left in the West until the 1960s were the white working class, not because they were white, but because they were workers. It's really simplified. From the 1970s onwards, because of the rise of the standards of living mostly, and the fact that left-wing intellectuals noticed that the working class were no longer willing to start a communist revolution because their standards of living were increasing, they were becoming prosperous, not all of them, but most of them. They had access to comfort, the economic conditions were better after the Second World War in Japan. Japan, there are no white people in Japan, I mean, not a lot of them, but in Japan, in Germany, in France, partly Italy, England, it was from a strictly economic standpoint, these were rather prosperous years, and even more in America. So the left, I simplified, changed its strategy politically. It replaced intellectually at first the white working class with women, white women, not because they were white, but because most, if not all, women in Western societies back in the 1970s were white, but they defended women. So they shifted from a class struggle to what would later be known as identity politics, namely defending women who happen to be white, but also mostly bourgeois, because if you stop defending the working class, white women or any women from the working class, their most pressing concerns, not the most vital necessarily, but because there are questions of anthropology, culture, etc., and demography, etc., but it's very important, the economic conditions. So the left has defended the interest, officially advocated the interest of women, but these are mostly bourgeois women and mostly white women, which has become a problem today, but whatever. And also the rights or the interests of homosexuals. At first it was homosexuals, then lesbians, transgender, queer, etc. It has developed in the 1970s, but they were again mostly bourgeois, because there are of course homosexuals in the working class, but for a worker, a blue-collar worker, one of his most pressing concerns is to earn a good living and to have good living conditions. He can suffer from a lack of acceptance of his homosexuality, but if his factory gets deported to Asia or to Cambodia or to Africa or to Turkey or to wherever, he will suffer also. And the minorities in Western countries where there were ethnic minorities, like blacks in America, Native Indians, it became main topic of concern. The attitude of whites in regards to Native Americans, Native Indians of America changed. There were probably tiny minorities in Western Europe, although not very significant quantitatively, and also immigrants, because from the 1970s onward, it depends on which Western countries, but immigrants started to arrive in a high quantum, namely. And the quantitative change over the course of the past 50 years, namely the ratio, the proportion of the majority of the population and the immigrants, descendants of immigrants or third generation immigrants, have made it such that the left, they still pretended to care about the white working class, not because they were white, but about the working class for between the 70s and the 2000s basically, but since it's really simplified and it varies depending on each country, but they have realized that they no longer need to appeal to the working class, they just have to use identity politics, and they no longer have to talk about the workers. And that's why the friends of the left of 50 years ago or 60 years ago have become the enemies of the left, because today the enemies of the left in every Western countries are, and this time it's almost official, at least in Anglo-Saxon countries, in Germany, France, Italy, and the Scandinavian country, it's not the case, but in America, it's as if the white working class are designated as white, and this is what people call identity politics, as the problem, more or less openly, as the deplorables, for instance, because the left has become the political party of identity politics, and of course, because everything is dialectical, more or less, it brings about a reaction, and the reaction against the changes of the left, which themselves are determined by the changes of the right, it's conceptually united, but brings about a unity of rich whites, which no longer adhere to, accept, or are no longer in league with the white bourgeoisie, because the leftists, basically they are white bourgeoisie, white upper middle class, basically. So there is a faction of the white bourgeoisie or the white high middle class, which decides to ally with the poor whites. And this is the illustration, of course, is Donald Trump, or what they call the populists. And this is what the system, which is still predominantly leftist, but the system includes its own negation within itself, calls populism, or the far right, namely the alliance of rich white people with poor white people, which was what the left did up until the 1960s, namely not necessarily rich, but actually most of the leftist thinkers, they were bourgeois thinkers. There are a few examples of working people like Proudhon and a few others, people from the working class who elevate themselves and become intellectuals, but most leftist intellectuals in the history of the left, they have been bourgeois. So the bourgeois think for the proletariat. That's why maybe the leftist policy have not always succeeded, but that's another question. So yeah, some rich white people, conservative, Republicans, right-wingers, are starting to ally themselves with the working class, the white working class, against the identity politics of the left, and this brings tensions. And this is just another illustration of a dialectical movement, namely that in the span of 50 or 60 years, depending on the country, the former friends have become enemies, basically. Yeah, and this is just an illustration of dialectics. And here the Bestimmtheiten, the determinacies, here they are strictly economic, here they are cultural, sexual, anthropological, cultural, and here they are the mixture of the two, namely white working class people who want better standards of living because of the economic degradation over the past 30 years. Then it depends on the context, because America, England, France, Germany, etc. It's not the same, but basically it's a unity of aspiration to not necessarily better standards of living, but at least better economic conditions of life, maybe more stability, less threat of losing one's job, etc. And also a cultural aspect, namely the dialectical reaction against the identity politics of the left is identity politics of the right, which is called populism or the far right. And this is simply the life of the left, but because the left and the right are conceptually united, the political life of the West over the past 60 years in 8 or 9 minutes. yeah, if I make things more complex, I cannot communicate. I try to remain rigorous while being accessible. I try, I don't know if it's my best, but I try to make my thoughts accessible. Yeah, so yeah, that's just an illustration.
So then again, if somehow I implement this view, it's just to keep in mind the structure of a society, and in order to make a social totality intelligible, namely all aspects, it could be subdivided, but all aspects are interconnected, interrelated, and one cannot be thought of without all the others in their reciprocal interaction. Yeah, this is what I had to share for now. Also, there is in the 1970s with the oil crisis, the oil crisis. There is a limitation. The Keynesian influence starts to fade away in a way, and the Keynesian system is no longer valid. So the prosperity here, it's specific to Western Europe mostly, but maybe the US also. In the 1970s, the economic conditions, because they had been so good, they start to falter or to degrade, or here it's specific to France, but it is in other countries as well. So there is a doubt about the efficiency of Keynesian policies, and that's what brings about the neoliberal reaction. Hayek here, it's not a book about economics strictly speaking, that's what brings about the reaction with Hayek and Friedman in the 1980s, brought about by Reagan and Thatcher, that which some leftists call neoliberal policies. And also in the 1970s, there is a revolt intellectual by the ecologists, and here I will add the book that I am looking for. Yeah, The Limits to Growth. So I repeat, in the 1960s and 70s, there are three intellectual revolts: the leftist anti-consumerist revolt, the anti-Keynesian neoliberal revolt, which becomes wirklich, as Hegel would say, in the 1980s, through the policies of Thatcher and Reagan, and the ecological revolt, which is at this moment strictly theoretical, but some thinkers start to realize that growth has its limits because the resources are not infinitely renewable if there is no check in the way of consuming. Yeah, and now I will talk briefly about the current trends from a Western perspective. Since the 1990s or the 2000s, there has been also a consistent and a constant libertarian critique of statism and of all forms of economic policies which are not purely libertarian, and I will talk about this later, and also a neo-Marxist movement. And now I will put in a few illustrations, a few new books. So here, just that's really the most important. Some of the most important. There are authors which are missing, but basically it's Marx, Keynes, Adam Smith, the libertarians. Basically, I simplify so that Keynes and Smith, this is the view of conservatives and moderate leftists. Marx is the view of the radical left. Although Marx didn't think of himself as a leftist, and the libertarians, they do not think of themselves as far right, but in the current circumstances where the entire life of a people in the West is determined by economic policies or economic views, the left-right divide is mostly economic, has been mostly. So the moderate, they oscillate between classical liberalism with a little bit of Keynesian policies, or
Keynesian policy with a little bit of liberalism, and on the extreme there are the Marxists and the libertarians. I simplify to the utmost, it's just to bring the broad context. And now I will pick up some other books. Okay, so here we have books. I will illustrate with Hegel's philosophy, because I pretend to care about economics, but actually what I care about are the categories and Hegel's logic. So here I will just show these books are written by a French author toward a society of abundant frugality, which means limitation in consumption, the age of limits, survive, development. And here is a book by English, I think they are English authors, or Anglo-Saxon at least, Building a Sustainable Economy in a World of Finite Resources. Enough is enough. It's time for a new economy. And here there is the classical liberal or libertarian thinkers. There is Adam Smith. Here, popularization of libertarian economics, Henry Hazlitt. This book is supposed to be famous in the US. And here, the classical libertarian treaty by Mises, Human Action. And here I will just illustrate. This is the method about the unfolding of the totality is still valid. Okay, I have to improve the What is wrong? So yeah, it's still valid, but now I will illustrate another concept, one might say, almost in a Hegelian sense, but actually in a Hegelian sense. I will just read one sentence from this book, Economics in One Lesson. So it is published in 1946, I think. It's a classic in American thought. And here I just read one sentence. So it's a summary of classical libertarian thought. Here's what Hazlitt says. The whole of economics can be reduced to a single lesson. And that lesson can be reduced to a single sentence. The art of economics consists in looking not merely at the immediate, but at the longer effects of any act or policy. It consists in tracing the consequences of that policy not merely for one group, but for all groups. So what Hazlitt, a libertarian thinker, says is that good economics, a sound economic policy, has to be planned long-term. It has to take into account the long-term consequences, not for one particular group of society, but for all groups. So it's long-term in planning. I mean, it's not planning, but it's a long-term view, and it's a total view. It has to take into account the interests of all the members of one society. So that was the American society of the 1940s, the end of the 1940s, and it has had an important influence. And it is true that a good economics has to take into account the interests of all the members of a society, or most of them, because there are economic policies which advantage the underclass, some forms of welfare redistribution, those who advantages the highest elites, those who advantage which advantages the middle class, the working class, etc. But it can only be done at the detriment, with the negative consequences for other groups. That's why there are constant economic conflicts, because advantaging one group brings about the negative effects upon other groups. Yeah, but the reason why I quoted this sentence is because here, this book, I don't know when it was published, but I showed just before. This book appeared in 1972, and there has been a development of ecological economic thought, namely ecologists with a rigorous, systematic, coherent thinking in terms of economics, namely ecological intellectuals who think about economics. And here I want to illustrate the concept of Aufhebung. That's not really a concept, that's more it's not a concept, it's the formal movement of concepts in the philosophy of Hegel. Yes, so Aufhebung is not a concept, it's the formal movement of concepts. And I will first illustrate and then I will use Hegel's philosophy. So, ecological thinking, of which this book is just an illustration. There are many other ecological books being published, but it's just an illustration, namely that ecologists who think thoroughly about economics, they apply the lesson of Hazlitt, who was a libertarian thinker, to economics. Namely, they say, we have to think long-term, and not for one group, but for all groups. For all groups. So they are, in the sense, they apply the lesson of Hazlitt, who is intellectually their enemy, because it is, in their view, and they are partly right, it is capitalist economics which has brought about the destruction of nature. It's partly true, but there are also intelligent scholars, like Mr. Di Lorenzo, who says that pollution under socialism, under Soviet socialism, was even worse than under capitalism. So it's more complicated than a capitalist bad and a socialist good, because the socialists, they have polluted a lot also. But anyway, what I want to say is that here it's an example of Aufhebung, because ecologists, this is just an example, I could have picked any other good book about ecology, but they take the determination of their intellectual opponent without even necessarily being aware of that. But they say, okay, we have to think long-term and not for one group, but for all groups. But for them, long-term is not the next 20 years or the 5 years is already long-term in economics, but it's not the next 5 years, the next 20 years, or not even the next 50 years. It's not for us and our children and grandchildren. They think, okay, it's for the next 200 years, for the next 1,000-jähriges ecological Reich. That's a joke. Yeah, they think really long term. They say, okay, we are living a planetary ecological crisis. We have to think for the welfare and the benefit of mankind for the next 100 years, 200 years, and why not 500 years, and why not as long as there are humans. And they do not think in terms of the economics of a nation, the US, France, the UK, Bolivia, Nigeria, or whatever. They think about the globe, because they think of the planet as one living totality. So they applied the lesson of Hazlitt, but in a more rigorous fashion. They are more coherent in a way, because they see what Hazlitt, it's easy to blame Hazlitt, but he could not see with the knowledge of his time that capitalist economics would have such a negative impact upon the natural resources. There were other problems in his time than to think about ecology. It's very easy to judge backward and retrospectively, but he could not anticipate. So that's why people who blame Adam Smith for the ecological crisis, in the highest sphere of the intellect, they may be correct, but to blame this poor Adam Smith, he could not anticipate. Basically, he had other problems, because if the modern, mostly high middle class or high bourgeois left-wing white leftists were put under the circumstances of the workers in 18th century, they wouldn't think about ecology either. They would think about improving their lot in terms of economic standards of living. So yeah, it's easy to retroactively judge economists, but whatever. What I want to say is that modern ecological thinking is actually the Thoreau, not Henry David Thoreau. If someday English-speaking people watch my video, I don't know what they might think a lot of negativity about me, but maybe they will laugh sometimes, because I make good play on words with the English language, sometimes unconsciously or inadvertently, for better or for worse. But yeah, so they think this in a thorough manner, not Henry David Thoreau, I know who he was, but thoroughly, namely, they apply the lesson to the whole of mankind for the real long term. And this movement, which appears to be contingent, it's actually logically determined. And now, good old Hegel. What does Hegel have to say about ecology and economics? I just need to find the passage. I do not read this book. I have taken the conscious decision not to cheat by not reading this book, but I know that there's just a few Zusätze that are only in the official edition, so I will read them because here it's very important. Yeah. Aufheben. I read in German and then I comment. It's very important. And I probably know at this moment that when I publish the video, I will make moments where I sing songs just to attract the attention of the viewers. But my purpose is not to turn into a clown or into a music hall artist, but actually to teach rigorous philosophy. But I know that the average attention span of the human being is very limited, so I probably have to insert moments of comedy or some sort of where I sing songs. But my purpose is actually to think thoroughly about philosophy. So Aufheben or Aufhebung or das Aufgehobene, das Ideelle, ist einer der wichtigsten Begriffe der Philosophie, eine Grundbestimmung, die schlechthin allenthalben wiederkehrt, deren Sinn bestimmt aufzufassen und besonders vom Nichts zu unterscheiden ist. So, what he says that Aufhebung is what he calls a concept or a fundamental determination which reappears very often in philosophy, and it doesn't have to be taken in a sense of negation, because Aufheben means to negate but also to preserve, but it's not one-sided negation, because, he continues, was sich aufhebt, what suppresses itself, wird dadurch nicht zu nichts. What is suppressed by Aufheben is not pure, the result is not pure nothing or pure nothingness or complete negation. Nichts ist das Unmittelbare, nothing is the immediate. Ein Aufgehobenes dagegen ist ein Vermitteltes. Es ist das Nichtseiende, aber als Resultat, das von einem Sein ausgegangen ist. So, ein Aufgehobenes, what has been aufgehoben, basically, it cannot be translated, is mediated, Vermitteltes. It's not immediate, it's not unmittelbar, it's Vermitteltes. It is the Nichtseiende, the not being, basically, the result of the Sein, the being, that from which it comes from. Therefore, es hat daher die Bestimmtheit, aus der es herkommt, noch an sich. So, therefore, because it is not pure nothing, Aufhebung is a negation, but not a negation which falls into nothingness, but a determinate negation. So it contains within itself the Bestimmtheit, the determinacy of the being that it has negated, that from which it comes in itself, namely translated in ordinary intelligible language. This book is the Aufhebung of libertarian economics, because it negates libertarian economics in a sense that they understand, the ecologists, that libertarian capitalist economics has, in the long run, destructive impact upon the planet and the ability of human beings to reproduce themselves and to live in a peaceful way with nature, and because the destruction of natural resources has a negative impact upon human, social, and political life eventually. So the ecologists, they negate libertarian economics, but it is a negation, in this case, which contains within itself the moment, the Bestimmtheit of that which is being negated, namely, it's just the thorough completion of rigorous economic thinking, namely, we think long-term and we think for everyone. And that's an example of Aufhebung. This book is the Aufhebung of economics in one lesson, but it's chronological and historical and even physical in the sense that it has taken many decades and many wasted resources and burned the forest and polluted soils and polluted rivers and killed fishes, etc., to bring about this book. But from a strictly conceptual standpoint, it's logical. It has to develop and unfold itself chronologically, and what lies behind, what is found behind this logical movement of Aufhebung is, of course, what I've just said, namely the economic destruction of nature. But it's actually a logical process. That's what I wanted to illustrate. And now I will just make one last remark. Usually, the left here these are economic leftists, but usually the economic left, Keynesians and left-wing policies, redistribution, state intervention, etc., they are thought by the libertarians to have a short time preference, namely to prefer short-term enjoyment at the expense of long-term benefit, namely in the views of someone like Mises and those who follow this view of time preference. They accuse more or less directly the leftists of wanting to enjoy themselves in the now while sacrificing the future, Namely, the example is someone who drops out of high school because he wants to earn money immediately, whereas going to college is a long-term investment. You have to sacrifice 4 years of your life by working, but the long-term benefits will be higher wages if you get a diploma, etc. So that's an example of time preference. So the libertarians, they accuse the leftists of having a low, or I don't know if it's low or high, because maybe it's inverted, but basically they accuse the leftists of wishing or be willing to enjoy themselves in the short term at the expense of the long-term benefits, and they claim to think more in the long term in terms of economic policies, which is true, because usually ordinary right-wing libertarians have they think more long terms in their planning of their economic life, and the left-wingers, usually because a question of IQ or education, they are more in the now, and they want to enjoy themselves more in the now while not thinking about the consequences. But so in this sense, libertarians think longer term, but actually that's why it's Hegelian. The real leftists, namely those who are in accordance with their concept, they think even more long term than the libertarians, because they think for the next 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. So they could say, the ecologists could say, haha, you thought that you were a long-term planner, but our plans, they are longer than yours, basically. Do you want to see who has the longest, the biggest long-term plan? I think we do. Okay, but basically that's just an illustration. Namely, they think, not the ecologists, but the Keynesians basically are accused of thinking short term, and the libertarians pride themselves in thinking long term. But the ecologists, who are also on the left, usually, but they are also right-wing ecologist thinker, but usually they are more on the left, they say, okay, we think more long term than you, basically. So that's probably also Hegelian. That's just an illustration. Okay, so I will stop there for economics, and now we'll talk about the modern economic conditions. Okay, so here is an illustration of the intellectual life of the modern West. So here we have not official Marxists, but basically people who are inspired by Marx, people who are inspired by Keynes, the modern economic condition, which is degrading for the middle class in the West. Here it's about America, the way that big business and big government steal your money. So here it's a conservative criticism of crony capitalism. Basically, here is a study about the degradation of the working class due to robotization and the working conditions, etc. And here are the criticism by the Mises Institute of socialism, which is partly derived from Keynes and Marx. I simplify to the utmost. Like I said, I'm not an expert economics, but economist. Di Lorenzo, Hans Hermann Hoppe, who made a great book about the theory of socialism and capitalism, Rockwell, and here you have Robert Taylor, Reactionary Liberty. So what I want to illustrate is that here it's the libertarian perspective in a way, mostly in America. That the current, I will probably introduce this video into what I talk about in the video that I made just yesterday evening, namely that the modern, what I call the social democracy, basically, which is influenced by Marx and Keynes for the good and bad, is being questioned by libertarians, mostly in the US, because they criticize the detrimental effects of the welfare state, minimum wage laws, collectivized medicine and healthcare, collectivized education, regulations, etc. But they draw inspiration from the works of Mises, Rothbard, Ayn Rand, and Hayek, and the classical libertarian thinkers. But these are the modern version. Di Lorenzo is politically... He's on the politically correct side of the politically incorrect libertarian. So he's not politically correct for the mainstream, but he's politically correct for the libertarians, because these people, they are more and more radical in terms of economics. And here we have another Hegelian twist, namely that the libertarians, they are the proponents of the non-aggression principle, which is the foundation of libertarianism in the political sphere, is the non-aggression principle, namely that the ideal of libertarians is to abolish politics, and politics is the realm of conflict and violence, and they say that if every man owns himself and his property, and every social interaction is based upon willing cooperation, if there is no forced taxation by the state or coercive influence by the state or by state violence, then human agents would cooperate willingly and peacefully, because they would only be in relation to themselves and their ability to sign contracts and to work, etc. So the non-aggression principle is one of the fundamental determinations of libertarianism, and that's what motivates their constant struggle, intellectual struggle against the wars led by the US government. Tom Woods, Ron Paul, and all the libertarians, they denounce the military-industrial complex, because it is the application, the logical consequence of the non-aggression principle. What is applicable on an individual scale, because they are individualist from an epistemological standpoint, they say we reject violence, like Albert in Twin Peaks. I will put the link, maybe, in the video down below. They reject violence on an individual level, and they promote peaceful cooperation, and they are logically consistent. They reject violence on a social, political, and also geopolitical level. But here is a Hegelian contradiction, namely on the extreme right of the libertarian movement, the consequences of the socialist, Marxist, cultural Marxist policies are becoming so detrimental for the well-being of growing parts of the people in the West, that there are libertarians who violate their own principle, who say reactionary liberty, the libertarian ethic combined with an unapologetic anti-egalitarianism, thus becomes the philosophical and cultural threat to the regime of R-selected mass democracy that creates the perpetual revolution and perpetual expropriation of cultural Marxism and Leviathan. Leviathan means the state, basically, from Thomas Hobbes. Like Frank Miller's Batman, an explicitly reactionary hero who uses brutal methods to impose order, restoration, and save Gotham, he, Batman, exists so that we can create a world where he will not have to exist. Reactionary libertarianism becomes a necessary counterweight to the leftist forces that threaten our civilization and our liberty, an iron libertarian fist to create a world where one is no longer needed. So, the logic of libertarianism is that he says himself that it's a necessary counterweight, so it's dialectically programmed in a way. It's the reaction against the excesses of the left, and the non-aggression principles turns into the promotion of brutal method, which is anti-libertarian, which is unethical from a libertarian standpoint. So you have, I have not books by modern Marxists, but there are modern Marxists who promote violence, and there are libertarians who promote violence, and the moderates in the middle are trying to stabilize the situation, basically. But that's how the opposites are mutually and reciprocally determining one another. And now I will read a little bit of Hegel. Yeah.
Okay. That's a slight modification. Just to illustrate during the video, the reactionary libertarians who claim to want to violate the NAP, the non-aggression principle, and that's just an illustration that the symbol of the yin and yang can be used to make a complex thought determinations or even concepts intelligible, because usually on the right, which here would be the black half of the symbol, economists advocate peace and peaceful cooperation between a willing, consenting, thinking citizens, and the left usually advocates class struggle and or class conflict, or even class warfare in some certain cases, and here the white half would be the classical leftist willingness to struggle through various means against the capitalist oppressors, or before the capitalist, the aristocracy, the ruling class, whatever. And the black circle within the white half would be the leftists who embrace Albert's path in Twin Peaks, namely I choose to lead my life in the path of Gandhi and King. The video can be found on YouTube. So that's why it illustrates, in the context of modernity and throughout many eras, that here the black circle would be the counterpart to the white circle, namely non-violent, peaceful leftists opposing, to try to bring balance, violent libertarians, which is a violation of the libertarian principle. And the same goes from for the relationship between a peaceful non-struggle from the leftist perspective versus a class struggle or class conflict advocated by the left. And here's an illustration by the movie The Dark Knight Rises. The reactionary libertarian could say, start by leading me to whoever is responsible for this economic mess,
And yeah, Catwoman would say, they're not your average brawler. And yeah, you get the idea. So that's just an illustration. But it can be applied to actually many opposition. Maybe I will not reuse the same exact table board, but the yin and yang symbol can be used to describe many opposed tendency, in the sense that it's not simply dualism, it's kind of a complementary dualism. And yeah, for instance, it's not always a negative. Sometimes relationships, I mean, they can be positive, and the male-female relationship a real woman would be the half, the white half, but with kind of a masculine aspect, namely courage, character, humor, strength, etc. And a real man would be the tough aspect, which would be the black half, but with a soft side, namely whatever women claim to love about a real man. Oh, he has a sweet, tender, whatever. So yeah, this would be another illustration. So a woman who would be just a woman, even if it's just femininity, it's kind of it's kind of not really satisfying, because it has to be a little bit of the opposed pole, the opposed moment of the polarity within itself. That's why Ayn Rand is a real woman, which Ayn Rand, it's even more complicated, because actually she's very masculine in her writings, in her political views, but actually it's a disguise. Underneath, she's very feminine, and yeah. I will make a joke, because I've just woken up and I'm in a mood to make jokes, but maybe God created women just to be able to study some women like Ayn Rand, who are maybe an eternal mystery. I don't know. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. Whatever. So yeah, the symbol of the yin and yang can be used can be applied to many oppositions to illustrate. So yeah. So I just read one paragraph. Der Unterschied an sich ist der wesentliche, das Positive und das Negative, so dass jenes so die identische Beziehung auf sich ist, dass es nicht das Negative und dieses das Unterschiedene so für sich ist, dass es nicht das Positive ist. So, the difference an sich is the essential, the positive and the negative, so that the positive is identical relation to itself, and it is not the negative, and the positive is what it is to the extent that it is not the negative, and it is also true for the negative. Indem jedes so für sich ist, als es nicht das andere ist, scheint jedes in dem anderen und ist nur insofern das andere ist. So each of the positive and the negative is what it is to the extent that it is not what it is not, so it appears in the other. The positive has not its being but its essence in the negative, and reciprocally. Der Unterschied des Wesens ist daher die Entgegensetzung, nach welcher das Unterschiedene nicht ein anderes überhaupt, sondern sein anderes sich gegenüber
hat. So the difference of the essence is consequently the opposition, the Entgegensetzung, according to which the differentiated is not in opposition to an other in general, but to his other. He's opposed to his other. The libertarians are not opposed to the crony capitalist. This is a difference between the honest libertarians and the crony capitalists, but the real opposition is between libertarians and Marxists, basically. Jedes hat seine eigene Bestimmung nur in seiner Beziehung auf das andere. So each has its own determination only in relation to the other. Ist nur in sich reflektiert, is only reflected in itself, als es in das andere reflektiert ist, to the extent that it is reflected in the other, and it is also valid for the other. Jedes ist so, dass des anderen sein anderes. So each is the other of its other. So basically, in intelligible language, it means that the positive and the negative are in a conceptual unity, and that each of these determinations of the essence are conceptually united. Namely, one is is itself to the extent that it is not the other of itself. So it is defined by the existence of the other, precisely because opposition brings about the Grund, and the ground of an opposition is the reciprocal determination of both poles of the opposition, the two exist because they are mutually and reciprocally determined. That's why I repeat the sentence: he exists, Batman, so that he can create a world where he will not have to exist. Reactionary libertarianism becomes a necessary counterweight to the leftist forces that threaten our civilization and liberty. So he himself unconsciously acknowledged this, the author, namely that reactionary libertarianism, namely libertarianism which violates its own principle of non-aggression, is a necessary is a determination of essence, namely it is not free, it is determined. It's a counterweight to the leftist forces. So if the left becomes more radical, even the moderate economic right-wingers, they will be forced to become more radical as well, but they are mutually and reciprocally determining one another. And now I will switch I will switch the table and continue the video with the solution to this opposition between the radical Marxist left and the radical libertarian right, because the tensions and the oppositions are important, but how do you solve the problem? How about a magic trick? I'm going to switch this table, and we will see a potential solution, and maybe the potential solution will have to become wirklich, and maybe that's the magic of this. If I can solve this problem, and hopefully I can, without too much trouble, we'll see that.
okay, so here we have a book by a Jewish Canadian author, Moish Poston, about time, work, and social domination, which criticizes the very in a Marxian, not Marxist, but Marxian perspective, which criticizes the very determination of work. Here are books by David Graeber, The Utopia of Rules on Technology, Stupidity, and the Secret Joys of Bureaucracy, which explains how bureaucracy parasites and paralyzes the economic and political life of modern societies, about bullshit jobs, the rise of pointless work, and what we can do about it. So here it's a radical Marxian or proto-communist thinker, a modern thinker. Here it's an anarchist. David Graeber was an anarchist thinker. Here we have a moderate libertarian, Charles Murray, who criticizes in a moderate way the welfare state, a plan to replace the welfare state, who talks about all the negative and destructive influences of the welfare state upon the family, upon the dependency of the working class, upon the working habits, the health habits, the ethical life, upon the economic conditions. Here you have a libertarian criticism of bureaucracy. So Mises, in an old book, he criticized the totalitarian aspect of German National Socialism. So he was a thorough critic of the economic policies and the political policies of the Nazis because of their bureaucratic aspect. So here we have an anarchist, left-leaning criticism of bureaucracy, and here we have the right-wing libertarian criticism of bureaucracy as well. And here you have Llewellyn Rockwell against the state, and a classical libertarian American thinker, Albert J. Nock, about the problem of the state. So here it's a continuum of criticism from radical left-wing communist anarchist to radical right-wing libertarian criticism of the modern aspect of economic life in the West, namely bureaucracy, state intervention, regulations, pointless work, pointless jobs, etc. And now you will see maybe the trick. Let's see if it works. So, how about a magic trick? Maybe I'm gonna make the pointless jobs and the useless bureaucracy disappear. Ta-da! It's gone. I mean, not yet, but maybe in the future it will be gone. We'll see that eventually. So, there is the radical but coherent and consistent critiques of bureaucracy, and in the middle one finds Jacques Ellul, Anarchy and Christianity, Spontaneous Order by Chase Rachels, The Capitalist Case for a Stateless Society, and here How to Build Autonomy by radical left-wing thinkers. So there is the libertarian critique, the libertarian solution, the left-wing solution, and in the middle, so we have the leftist solution, the right-wing solution, the Christian solution, and here I will comment what is written here. Basically, it's from Philip K. Dick. The people will take their destinies in their own hands. If God is within each man, then the enemy of man is any top-heavy system claiming a monopoly on truth and dispensing it downward. I foresee a godly anarchy. No authority here on earth will have to tell any man what to do or even educate him. The Logos will do that. And what is the Logos? It's logic, partly, or maybe completely, or also the Word of God, namely that if the opposites are in a conceptual unity, when they understand their conceptual unity, they no longer have to be in conflict with one another. So here's the truth that may be my mission, if I have because I am not completely negative, precisely because of what I said earlier, namely the negative has also a positive aspect. And yeah, so what I can say here in moments of doubts, I use my secret weapon, if I can find it. Where are you? Ah. Well, here it is. So yeah. Is it clear? Yeah. So basically, what I want to express now, I will talk to the camera. Yeah. What I want to say is that I will try to make a good how do you call this? Editing skills with to mix intellectual rigor, seriousness, illustrations, explanations, a little bit of music, because spontaneously I sing and I dance when I listen to certain kinds of music, so I will insert clips of me singing and dancing to try to maintain the attention, but the purpose is to help anarchists of the left, the good anarchist, not I'm not an agent of chaos, I'm an agent of logos. I'm here to upset the established chaos, introduce a little bit of logic, and everything becomes order. And you know the thing about order? It's fair. So I will try a magic trick. Maybe it will fail partly, but it has to succeed eventually, because this is simply the truth, namely that the most radical communist thinkers and the most radical libertarian thinkers, basically, they want the same thing, which is not a thing, which is freedom, namely to be liberated from the parasitical influence of the bureaucracy. And if they cooperate, if they understand that they are reciprocally determined to oppose one another, if they understand this, if they understand their reciprocal and mutual interaction, and if they say, hey, but we are fighting for the same cause, and if we understand that, maybe the guy in the middle, you know, the Christian guy who talks about the logos, maybe he can help us solve our problems, and if we have followed the lecture up until then, maybe we will have learned something. So yeah, that's what I had to say, and yeah, I will continue to update the video, but that was the message basically. Okay, I reuse my own documents in order to comment my own videos and to explain my own worldview as of now. So here is the view that I have as of now of with the 23rd of August of the United States of America, the political, intellectual and spiritual life of the US and of other Anglo-Saxon derived countries. And since the video that I intend to publish is about economics, here are the economists. These are figures of consciousness, namely people who embody the zeitgeist, as they call this, namely who have become conscious of certain determinations of thought in various topics. So I will show it's not necessarily political in the sense that it doesn't mean that if the people are on the left, they are all leftist. Physicists are supposed to be neutral, biologists also, but they had to be classified somewhere because yeah, and the same goes for movie stars. I'm not saying that they are all leftist, but they are on the left because I had to balance left and right. But the political left here is in this column basically. Yeah, so here's the view that I currently have, and in black these are dead people who are nonetheless influential on the modern intellectual life of the US and of the world at large. And in yellow, these are people who are spiritual and who had divine experiences and in whom spirit lives, people who are aware of the spirit of God, basically. And they are all, he's an Afro-American, he's a PhD in philosophy, she's a pagan, they are all in America. I could have added these two people to a certain extent, but yeah. So this is how I envision the left wing, and then on the right, the same. It doesn't mean that all the sociobiologists, maybe some of them are Democrats, but usually they are more on the right because they adopt race realism. So it's not necessarily political, but it's because science is supposed, the same goes for them. I don't know what their political affiliations, but I guess that they are more conservative or Republican. So it comes from Australia, Canada, etc. But in green, these are people from the US. So here is how I envision the political life of the US. And the Republicans, they are in politics or in the government or whatever. But here, these Republicans are some sort of hard Republicans, namely Republicans who do not fall in line with the line of the party, basically. So the Republican Party, in my view, would be here, somewhere. So these are strong Republicans, one might say. Yeah, and these politicians, they are precisely those who oppose the Republican Party on the right, basically. So here, of course, there are what is called the alt-right with a few names. Conservatives, Mr. Peterson, he's a Canadian, but he's conservative not in terms of politics, but in terms of values, maybe. And here are the libertarians who are opposed intellectually to other economists, dead or living, Marxist, Keynesian, whatever. And here are the more radical political factions in the US: neo-Nazis, white nationalists, non-racist anti-Semites, the alt-right, the deep state. And here, these people, the spirit of God lives in them as well. Yeah, this is the view that I have. So there are spiritual people on the left, on the right. This is the view that I have as of now of the American political and intellectual life. And these people, they are respectable. And the video that I intend to produce about economics is aimed at these people, basically, but mostly these people. I would like the libertarians to understand Hegelian logic, basically, because these people, they understand Hegel. These people, these are Marxist intellectuals. Hopefully, these are Marxist intellectuals, and he also. And there are other names. I could have added Zizek. Zizek is not an economist, he's not an American, but he's influential and he has probably followers, intelligent followers, but whatever. These people, they are Marxist thinkers. They probably have read Hegel, or at least have heard of Hegel. Yeah, and these people, they are libertarians, and they lack the conceptual frame of conceptual thinking, precisely. So, yeah. And I will make a few comments. Chase Rachels published a book, White, Right and Libertarian,
in 2018, and he was attempting to solve a contradiction, namely, so these people, they are moderate, and they are more radical. I mean, there are radical people here as well, but the alt-right is almost white nationalism, basically. But there is a contradiction in the sense that most of the people in the libertarian movement in the US, most of them are white. That's a sociological fact, but they do not talk about race, because it's not it wouldn't be good for the advertisement of the movement, as they say, but most of them are white. That's a fact. And here, these people, they more or less talk openly about white identity in the white nationalist circle as well, but they have no ideology to unite white people. And so what Chase Rachel did with his book, namely he came from a libertarian movement, and he understood unconsciously that there were contradictions, namely that the libertarian movement was a gathering of white people who did not dare talk about their anthropological determination, because it's not politically correct. So he tried unconsciously, or maybe consciously, to unite libertarianism with white nationalism, and to make libertarianism the conscious ideology of white people. But it's contradictory because it lacks any cultural content. That's why it's contradictory, but it's a moment in the development of spirit. I understood this in 2018, namely spirit becoming conscious of itself, and that's the reason why the book White, Right and Libertarian was published. It was an attempt to solve a contradiction, namely the people in these fringe or even fringe circles, they accuse the libertarians as being anti-ethnic, as advocating universalist interests, and they accuse other groups, whether black, Hispanics, or mostly Jew, of using the libertarian movement to promote universalist interest while promoting the ethnic interest of their own group, while the white libertarians who play fair, that's the narrative among white nationalists, they get screwed basically because they advocate the interest of everyone except their own ethnic interest. So that's why there is an attempt to solve the contradiction, basically. And yeah, so the reason why libertarianism is not very successful, although from an intellectual standpoint it's very rigorous, is because it's unconsciously, by the left, it's associated with white people. And it's true that sociologically these people, most of them are white. Not only there are many Afro-American libertarians, Jewish libertarians, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. It's open for everyone precisely because it is universalist. But empirically, it's filled with white people, basically. That's how it is. And so it's very suspicious for all these people, etc. So libertarianism is an attempt for white people to gather together to do good, because they promote anti-war policies, sound economic policies, freedom, entrepreneurship, less taxes, sound and healthy economic policies, at least in comparison with more destructive policies. But basically they are not very liked because they are white, basically. So they try their best to not talk about their anthropological determinations, but they are how they are. So yeah, and that's why there are whites, proto-white nationalists who gravitate towards these people, for instance. And there's a schizophrenia because the people who become aware of the racial question, they criticize libertarians because they are important Jews, but there are important Jews in the white nationalist movement. So there is a schizophrenia in these circles, and here is an attempt to solve the contradiction. I just explained the spiritual life of the US, in case people hadn't noticed. So yeah, that's how I envision. The process. And now I will pause and I will show another view. Okay, we're the 25th of August. I will talk for a few minutes, and the 27th of August symbolically is an important date for me because 4 years ago I had my experience of reason, as I now would call this, and in 2008, well, I will talk for a few minutes because I think I will insert this video, if it's not too long, during the video that I do about economics. And I know my conscious decision, like I said, we are the 25th of August. Right now it's almost 10 p.m. I need to sleep for a few hours, and tomorrow I will do the daily convenience for a couple of hours, and then I will work all day, and then I will sleep a little, and on the 27th I will start sharing my videos. I don't know yet how exactly yet, depending, but I will share my video. And once I start sharing my video, I will improvise. But what I want to talk about is basically I will simplify to the utmost, because I've had a very Hegelian day, one might say. I wanted to make the first part of a video about logic. I thought I would do this for a couple of hours, but then I was driven into the process, which kind of and I will talk about my empirical life. I went out this afternoon. I wanted to offer books to some people that have been important, not personally but empirically, whatever. And the reason why empirical people with whom I have talked, the reason why they don't understand me, or the reason why I may be completely dumb, but especially in social intelligence, but I understand enough when I see that I'm starting to become kind of embarrassing. I have very dark aspects, but on an empirical level, I am polite. I mean, well mannered. I will not pretend that I am always, but I understand. I know how to be polite, etc., etc. In the sense, that's one of the contradictions that I have. It's because I have some very radical ideas, but on an empirical level, I am very polite, very well mannered, very well educated, very nice, etc., etc. This is one of the contradictions that I have. But so when I feel that I am embarrassing people with what I want to talk about, I do not insist. But there have been moments over the past few months, maybe, where I was genuinely frustrated, and I kind of projected my inner frustration in my apartment while becoming crazy onto people. I was angry because they were not interested in I mean,
I don't know how to express this, but wait, basically, I don't want that's how I think consciously. I don't want people to listen to me. Hey, I have something interesting to say. No, if you think that it's worthless, then don't listen to me. And in this sense, I may have been maybe angry partly against people, but actually, at least they are honest in a way. Like they are polite and being honest at the same time. Like they have been polite and also honest to the point of making me understand without insisting that basically, okay, what you are talking about to us, we will listen to you, but we have things to do. And that's precisely what I want to talk about. Namely, I've just understood the reason why I cannot communicate. Is simply because people have what we call lives, job, responsibility, children, friends, a social life, etc., etc. They have better things to do than spend their days reading German metaphysics. And on a transcendental level, I understand. So if I blame them, I am being dishonest. So what I want to say is basically, my problem is I don't know what I am allowed to do or not allowed to do. I know that I am the negative, and this will make me suffer physically, but it makes me suffer morally. And here I'm not in a mood to play a role. What would be the interest that I would have to inflict moral suffering upon myself for failing in doing what I would like to do on a conscious level? I can understand the twisted aspects of my mind where sometimes at some level I might enjoy being hurt in various ways. I might because I'm twisted too very, but there are kinds of suffering that I really don't enjoy at all, and experiencing myself as being a failure when I genuinely want to achieve. I will not make the joke about something else. When I genuinely want to achieve something which is worthy of being appreciated, if I fail while I am consciously trying to succeed, it makes me suffer. And in this sense, I have no interest in making myself suffer. I'm not saying this because I want to be spared. No, I just try to explain that if I associate the idea of me with the suffering of others, I suffer. And one of the questions is, why are there so many people suffering in the world? Because I will not tell the whole story, but basically I will say what I think. How can I be interested in people that I don't know anything about? At some moment during my intellectual development over the past few months or years, I was ashamed of not knowing how to situate at least half the countries on this planet. Now I could, more or less, but there are countries I cannot put on a map. How do you expect me to say, oh, I love the population of this country? I don't even know anything about them. So basically, I just had a few hours ago a conversation. I just wanted to offer a book to someone to explain very briefly what I had been working on, my philosophical view over the past few months, and I just wanted to offer a book, a simple book, not metaphysics. And the person, I don't blame her, but it simply made me realize that basically what the person said is, I do not have the time to read books. Which, now, what I wanted to say, I
I also had another conversation with English people, and I just would like to create the circumstances where people can appreciate culture, basically. Can have the time or the opportunity or whatever to just read good books or watch interesting videos or to talk with one another. If I were good, and here I would like to be good, that's what I would like, you know, just people, as many people as possible, as intensely as possible. I mean, if they don't like culture, I don't want to do something else, whatever. But here I'm serious. I want as many people as possible to be able to appreciate the cultural legacy of mankind. And in order to achieve this, I have been working on a video about economics, because basically, I will say what I am trying to, if I fail, whatever. I just want to create the conditions at some moment with minimizing the damages for others, not because oh, I love you, but because I want to feel good about myself eventually. I understand the problem of self-negation and all that. Okay. But I want to feel good about myself. There are some kind of suffering which might, I've read Hegel, I know that I might become really negative if I really suffer. But here's my message, while I think I'm still relatively conscious, and I'm trying to express myself in ordinary language. Basically, what I would like is simplify the complexity of social life, but while still preserving the institutions, the structure which enable people to have leisure to talk with one another if they can, to meditate and to read books, or to appreciate culture. I have done this unconsciously for many years, but it has gone so fast that basically I will say what I think. I'm just like Zizek, basically. Zizek, he pretends to be a communist, but actually he doesn't care about communism. I heard him say somewhere, he just wants society to function so that he can peacefully sit in his wherever garden to read good books. And he just wants to have the context where he can peacefully read good books, basically. And he pretends to care about about the masses, communist revolution, whatever. He just wants to peacefully read good books. Look, maybe I won't peacefully read good books, because actually I never had the opportunity. Honestly, even if I don't really, but I would like other, as being parts of myself which are still sleeping, if we have to talk in ordinary language, whatever, to be able to peacefully appreciate culture. And this is not the most precious this is not what I value the most. What I value the most is my own personal romantic love story, which lasted for 8 months in 2008. And this is what I genuinely care about. But because here I'm in a mood to be relatively sane, I know that I have to pay my debt to mankind, to the world, because I owe I owe my love story, which is really the only thing. I'm not in a mood to talk about things. This is what I care about, basically. My memory of my personal teenage romance. And here I'm in a mood to be honest. This is what I care about, basically. And then it made me care about many other things, including culture. And I have to repay my debt. This is how I envision things. So my gift, if I can make a gift, I know that many people will not be able or have not been able to experience a teenage romance. And I probably cannot change things and so to make things happen, because there are people whose teenage years have been ruined, or who have a different path, or the circumstances made so. But if I can make a gift to repay my debt, let people appreciate culture peacefully, to talk peacefully, if the dialectic can slow down or be controlled, or let them appreciate culture. I don't want to be a hypocrite, although let's be honest, I am a hypocrite, but I don't want to say, oh, I love you all, because here Zizek comes to the rescue. I just love my teenage romance, but because I'm a Hegelian, I understand that it is connected to everything else. Basically, I have to love everything else, and there are things that I genuinely appreciate among everything else. I will not lie, but basically, I will be honest. I care about my teenage romance because there are many reasons, an infinite number of reasons. But basically, I could be with someone that I loved innocently, that I could talk with innocently. That's the illusion that I had. And yeah. I have grown up. Maybe I'm still a dumb teenager partly, but I have grown older at least. Now I have different interests in life, namely talking about culture. But okay, basically I just say I would like to reduce the working hours for everyone, for those who here I really don't know what will happen in the long run, but basically I know that there are people who would like to stop working, and those who would like to work to produce. And I feel like I will be honest, I just would like to work, because I haven't had the opportunity to work. So I'm on the side of the workers. That may be the greatest lie ever told. I'm a worker. No, I have been a parasite. I will be honest, because I'm in a mood. I suffer because I experience myself as being a parasite, basically. I stole ideas from everyone else. Hegel, Eminem, Zizek, the libertarians, the Marxists. I just borrow or stole ideas that I feel they do not belong to me. So I feel like a parasite. And then I feel like an economic parasite, a social parasite because of my personal story. So I want to work. But if I had to be good, I use Hegel. There is not only negativity in me, there is good also. Basically, I simplify to the utmost. I want the people who are culturally stupid because of the lack of opportunities to acquire culture. I still try to mix a little bit of rigor. Basically, by culturally stupid, let's simplify. Okay, there is. What I want to say. There are the people who are quantitatively stupid, low IQ. This is how things are. There are the people who are socially stupid. I think I belong to them. And there are the people who are culturally stupid, and they can have a high IQ, and I will not say that I'm thinking about the English, the modern English. I will not say that. So when I think about people with a high IQ but who are culturally stupid, I don't think about white English people or white American. I don't think about them. No. Basically, I will be honest. I want the people with a low IQ who are socially intelligent. They are socially intelligent. I have understood this by talking to a beggar, basically. Yeah. So the I'm not sure that he even had a low IQ. Maybe lower than average, but I can project that people with low IQ, except extreme cases of debilitating stupidity, but people with low IQ, I laugh because I can anticipate. If I include this video in a broader video, people will say, but you have been trying to deceive us with your with your extremely complex logic. Why couldn't you just speak normally? And here I don't know if it's tragic or just stupid, but the answer is that up until a couple of months or a few weeks exactly, I don't know, but I never expected that consciously that I would have anything interesting to say. And now that I've realized this, I'm starting to realize, okay, actually people might be interested in what I have to say. I don't want to be whatever, but I don't want to be what I will be true to myself. if somehow people want me to talk, I will talk. If they want me to shut up, I will shut up. You can make me say whatever you want, but this is one of my jokes. I will confess everything, except even under difficult, even das Schmerz des Negativen, as Hegel would call this. There is one thing I would not confess. Who do you love the most, Hegel or Nietzsche? Who do you hate the most, Hegel or Nietzsche? I will not answer this question because I hate them both as much one as the other, and I love them both equally, maybe. And maybe I already said it, but I will be with Kant. I will be stuck in the middle with Kant, trying to appease the insanity of Nietzsche and Hegel, whatever. But actually, basically, here I will be serious in the good sense. Basically, I want the intelligent people, high IQ but low culture. I want them to acquire culture, basically. Low IQ and low culture, I want them to acquire culture also. And by culture, I mean here science, art, all the knowledge, the good knowledge, and the bad knowledge how should I explain this? The way I envision things, that certain aspects of bad knowledge only I have to acquire this. Yeah, I mean, it's not very clear, but actually I think I do understand, basically, that I've read Hegel, and yeah. But basically, what I would like, okay, 30 minutes. What I would like is the idiots, the cultural idiots, to become culturally smart in a peaceful way, to appreciate the cultural, artistic, scientific legacy of mankind in a peaceful way. In a way, I would like to control the lives of everyone, but in another way, I would like people to be free, or maybe the two are connected. But basically, if people, I want to create the conditions which would last long enough for people to have the time to write books if they can, or to read books at least, or I don't know what's gonna happen, but basically, if I were good, what I would like is others, which at some level are parts of myself, but others to be able to appreciate peacefully knowledge. Yeah. And that's why I would like to reduce the working hours for those who have worked too much, and I am willing to work harder. But eventually I would like to rest at some moment also. But yeah, basically, because I just basically when I talk to empirical people with my speculative metaphysics, etc., that I try to simplify to the utmost, and that I try to lower down to make accessible basically what the ordinary people say. Okay, but we don't have the time because we have work to do. I understand. intellectually. But what I would like to say is, I would like to work. And I have worked over the past few months, but I've worked for a few months. There are people who work for their entire life. I will not pretend, oh, suddenly, no, I care. No, I don't. But actually, a part of me does because I just would like to work and to achieve something positive. Actually, the positive and the negative. Okay. But basically, I just would like to feel good about myself. And this implies that I would like people to here I will quote Nietzsche somewhere. He says, if you do not have 2/3 of your day for yourself, you are a slave. Basically, I would like to abolish slavery for others, and eventually at some point for myself as well. But basically let the idiots appreciate culture peacefully. I will try to do what I think might enable to enable as many idiots, cultural idiots, to appreciate culture. And they are idiots because of the manipulation of the system. Who controls the system? Let's blame this on Hegel. I'm innocent. This is Hegel, and he's speculative scheming. But here I laugh. But actually, my problem, I have many problems, is that I do not control consciously. Maybe that's a good thing because I don't know because. But yeah, whatever. Basically, the people who have been turned into idiots by the system, I would like them to slow down peacefully as many as possible all over the world at some moment, and to appreciate culture and to have good discussions if they can talk with one. I don't know because or just to meditate in a peaceful way, to just whatever. And I will not play the card I am good because I have read Hegel. But basically, if I were good, that's what I would like. Basically, maybe that's why it's cultural Hegelianism. Because I've made a video that I will post about the English. Basically, but I could do this for every people. Basically, the English. There's a lot to say about the English, but they have a high culture in science, poetry, literature, and most Englishmen, maybe all of them, I don't know, they are ignorant. And this is kind of frustrating for me because I'm not supposed to be smarter culturally than the English. I'm just whatever. But basically, and by English here I mean white English, Muslim English, Pakistani English, Indian English, whatever. Basically, I just would like people to appreciate culture peacefully, to bring about the economic condition which might enable as many as possible, as intensely, in an as extended, proper measure, whatever, to just appreciate culture. Yeah. And yeah. It's just that I will just say basically I probably deceived myself in believing that whatever I call empirical was irrelevant. The person that I loved when I was a teenager, my teenage romance, she called me by my empirical name, and I've grown to dislike being called by my empirical name because the singular is the negative. That's why I talk about my empirical self. Basically, whatever. I will conclude with what I think. Basically, what I care about is my memory of my teenage romance. If I had to be, I wouldn't say good, but honest, I would say, okay, I have a debt to pay. I cannot offer to others what I enjoyed the most. So I offer the second. I will try to offer the second, next best thing, namely make culture, knowledge in the good sense available to as many as possible, everywhere. Universal knowledge, particularized in each specific determination, if this can be done. But basically, yeah. Yeah, that's what I had to say. Yeah. I will I will no longer read any book for the sake of producing videos, in the sense that I still plan to quote Fichte, Spinoza, Hegel. I will stop quoting. I will speak ordinary language with what I understood. And except really if I have to quote a certain passage of specific book, but actually I will stop quoting books. As long as I can, I will still partly read, take a few minutes here and there to read probably Nietzsche or a few other, but this is just my personal yeah. But yeah, so I will sleep for a few hours. I will do the common ordinary business of life for a couple of hours tomorrow, and I will walk the rest of the day, and I will then publish my videos and try to stay calm as long as I can. Basically, I will say what happened 4 years ago almost. It was it lasted for a few weeks. But it's on the 27th of August that I consciously realized reason. I didn't know that it was reason, I learned that later, but whatever. But basically, what I suffer from, simplified to the utmost. The dialectical reversal of the good became a source of suffering. I simplify. That's what happened, what I realized, that what I had called good for the previous month or years would now become a source of suffering, and what I thought was bad was actually enabled may enabled good. So my worldview was, and the reason why I suffer is because I know the process. No, I am very dubious. That's why I don't want to I don't want to get involved. Not involved, engaged, because I don't want the reversal. So that's why I'm very cynical. Very cynical. And that's why my only genuine happy memory is when love was just love. It was innocent. There was just love. Well, then then eventually, well, there were problems. But actually, I had the illusion that love was just love, and that there was no twisted reversal. But I have grown intellectually. I know that I cannot fail in everything that I consciously try to implement for good, because it's logically impossible. At some moment I have to succeed. So maybe I will keep failing again and again until eventually I will run out of failures. Thank God for having invented logic. Logic is what prevents me from failing all the time. Because I am logically determined to succeed at some moment. And no, more seriously, basically now my idea of success is just simplify with the proper measure, simplify the lives of everyone while still maintaining the infrastructures, the conditions of possibility, whatever. I don't want to go into, no. Basically, simplify, while bringing forth the conditions which enabled the greatest possible number of people, to the greatest extent possible, the greatest intensity possible, to just appreciate culture, If there are other things to appreciate, they can they can appreciate this as well. But yeah, but peaceful talk. If this can be achieved, peaceful discussion. I know that the negative, etc. Because basically, I just here I will be a Kantian. What I would like on a singular level is just to be able to have peaceful discussion with people. And I would like this to be universalized. Namely, I would like every conscious thinking human to be able to have peaceful discussions with potentially with everyone else. But the problem is that I don't want I the problem is that here I will laugh of maybe is that up until a couple of months ago I never thought that I would have anything interesting to say to anyone except maybe a tiny minority of people. And simplified in a few seconds, my conscious purpose is to try to implement a state of being where individual consciousnesses can peacefully talk or think or meditate or appreciate, just appreciate being, basically. And I will not pretend that I'm the good guy with a plan. No, I don't do this out of it's just because that's what I would like for myself, basically. And yeah. But over the past few months, I have had outbursts of anger against myself, against others, that I have projected alone in my apartment, and I have grown wiser on a transcendental level. Namely, I've learned to contain my anger and to regret having been angry against others because I grow smarter. But I've already said this in one of my other videos, but basically the more intelligent I become on a transcendental level, the more I look back and I see nothing but errors and stupidity, so that I will try to deal with the frustration. Yeah, but I will sleep for a few hours. Tomorrow I will work all day, and then I will start publishing my videos, and I will try to remain calm and basically I would just say if all the problems of the world, psychological, political, economic, sociological, geopolitical, if the totality of all the problems are in one way that I still don't really understand because it's so complex, if they are all within my mind, in a way, I will not, maybe I will be forced to, because my suffering, but I will not ask for forgiveness, but I will simply acknowledge that this is really difficult. If this is really reality, I mean, if all the problems are in my mind, I will try to solve as many problems as I can, but I know that I don't know. I will stop trying to anticipate what I will say. I will stop anticipating. But basically, if this is so, I just would like to say, I will not say, maybe I will, but as of now, I won't say, I'm sorry, whatever, but I will simply say, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to be limited empirically, limited knowledge, limited time, limited IQ. If I have to solve all the problems, and if all the problems come at me this is really difficult. Even if I am super smart or whatever, it's really difficult. And here, if it's consciously caused by myself, consciously, not now, but at some higher level or whatever. Well, and if it's not consciously, if it's just how things are, I will not try to anticipate. But basically, I just want to say it's difficult, very difficult. Because I have grown over the past few weeks. To say that basically there were moments when I really wanted to punish myself, and actually I still do, but I have grown to accept that maybe the situation, whoever I am, maybe the situation is really difficult. So, well, I will try to do what I think is good, and my notion of good changes every day. Now, for instance, now good for me means giving up on all my books. First I gave up on the great logic, then the encyclopedia, then the shorter logic, then all the books, then I will give up on my notes, but I will not give up on the work that I have produced. So tomorrow I work all day. Tomorrow will be the 26th of August. When I publish this, it will be whatever. That's why I will work all day. Means I take some breaks. I'm not an insane because I have tried to do this, not sleeping. No, then I become it's counterproductive. That's dialectical, but with the proper measure, work as hard as I can, intensity extension, but with the proper measure, and then I will start publishing my video. And then no more quote from books, except really if yeah, but not from yeah, no more planning. Then again, I will laugh, but planning for good, I thought that this was a good idea. But if planning for good turns into the opposite, no, I act without plan, which before trying to, I thought acting without plan, that's complete being reckless and being insane. But now it seems to be the good option. But if I had done this, which I did in 2019, trying to speak the truth without planning, just expressing myself, I thought this was good. But then it was a failure, so I started to plan for good, but it turned into a failure, and now it's even kind of evil to keep knowledge. So I understand I have to give up, but not. I don't want to do this in a complete reckless manner, so I have to find a proper balance. It's difficult, okay? Maybe a few weeks ago I would say maybe I deserve the difficulty. I'm not saying that I do not deserve the suffering. I'm just saying that the intellectual difficulty with my limited capability, it's really difficult. So yeah. So yeah. That's what I had to say. That's what I had to say. Yeah. Yeah.